We live, we live. Like, share, comment, subscribe. We are live, my good people. Like, share, comment, subscribe. We live. We are live, man. We are live, man. Send out them notifications because we are live. 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 Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We live, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We live, man. We live on IG. We live on YouTube. We live on Twitch, man. What y'all got going on? Come talk to me. Let's get some people in here, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Let's get some people in here, man. Let's get some people on the lives, man. Let's get some people on these live channels, man. What y'all got going on this Friday? Friday night lights. What y'all got going on, man? We in the lab right now. Yo, man, what it do, man? What you got going on, man? Hey, man, I really love your stream and enjoy being part of your fan community. Would you mind adding me up on Discord? You know, let's get some people in here, man. Let's get some people in here, man. Let's get some people in here, man. What y'all got going on? Talk to me. What y'all got going on, man? Let's get some people in here, man. What y'all got going on, man? Turn that off. Let's get some people in here, man. Come holler at your boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Libra. Don't know language like that. Okay. Y'all, what it do, Woods? What you got going on, Woods? What it do? What it do? And then make sure y'all locking in, man. Get these loads, 250 and up. Lessons, methods. What you got going on, Woods? From the three, what it do? Ask me questions, lock in. Let's get some people in these lives. We live on IG, we live on YouTube, we live on Twitch. What y'all got going on? Try to get to it. You know the best way to get to it. Invest in yourself. The more you invest, the more you be blessed. Y'all know the riddle. Here's some good game. Don't worry about it. We get some people in both of these lives. Once they come in here, we dropping all the game. What you want to hear about though? What you want to hear about, Woods? What you want me to talk about? Somebody on Twitter? Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Some people in here. Credit repair, the best banks to get loans and lines of credit from. The best banks to get loans and lines of credit from. It all depends on your situation. So, like, you got bad credit, credit unions and banks is the best place to go to. Um, Credit repair. See, people, credit repair is not a one-time thing. Like, repairing credit takes time. Like, it's over a period of time because you got to make payments on accounts to get points to be able to build your credit scores. So people think that they buy trade lines and it just automatically boosts their credit scores, and it don't. You got to make payments on that account for an X amount of period to build the points up that will go towards your credit scores and build your credit score. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We just here. I'm just here, brother. You know best. I'm just trying to hear something I need. What you need to hear, you gotta let me know. So yeah, credit repair is over a period of time. It's just not like often to buy these trade lines and nah, you buy the trade line, you keep making payments on it. But y'all know the world in a different place right now. Everybody trying to do some type of scam or some type of fraud. Even people in the credit. Like people trying to find every loophole that they can right now to like get over on the system because the system getting over on the people. So people like is at a point in time where people just like forget it. I'm finna get it how I live. If it's all these scams and methods and whatever out here that's getting people paid, I'm finna get paid to it. That's what people are resorting to because people don't got time to be doing all that. People want to learn a method and get paid. Like, share, comment, subscribe, y'all. Also, anybody that's watching right now, try to get in on the sticks. Playing 2K. I'm playing people for a hundred on 2K right now. Add me, add my game tag, and let's get it in. It's Friday. We having fun. We dropping gems, we dropping posts, we dropping information. Players come on. So let's lock in. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe. I got so many questions. That's why I'm just here listening. Feel me? You got listen. This is your time to ask me questions. So if you want to ask me questions, this is your time. So ask me all the questions that you know what I'm saying. But there's only so many questions I'm gonna ask and can ask. So at some point in time, you're gonna have to get your I got one, two, three, four cameras on me right now. Well, three. I might gotta put that on the stabilizer too. I ain't gonna lie. I get it together. Oh, that's a good idea. Ask me questions. Share the live. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. We live, man. Like, share, comment, subscribe. What's a quick and easy for a beginner? Uh, Something quick and easy for a beginner. Load these loads. You gotta get them lessons, man. It's a lot that you learn, man. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. You gotta get them to learn. We live early, man. We live early. What y'all got going on? Stop cities and the states that y'all time to get that bag, man. It's time to get that bag. Give me some topics to talk about. Y'all got potato salad. If I got someone with no, is it easy to structure the day? At the end of the day, it's gonna be the exact same thing because you're gonna have to add trade lines to everything. So somebody with a credit profile already might be because they already got something established. But at the end of the day, it's gonna be the same process. Add trade lines, so they can focus on the trade lines, build your point each month. Okay. Right, tap in with me. You gotta be payment ready for services. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. You need a laptop or computer, or you can work from your phone. It don't matter. 250 and up, it all depends on what you want. 250 to 500 loads. You can be anywhere from 5K to 9K, 500 and 10K to 15, 1,000. You get 20K to like 25K, and then 25 and up, 25 to 30 for 2K, and then everything else, so 3K, 30, 4K, 40, 5K, 6K, like that. I got mentorship for the month. First 10 people, 500. After that, $1,000 free load. I got pulleys for 250. I got what you need. Yeah, anybody need. You feel me? I'm locked in with the vendor, man. The number one vendor, man. You trying to get this? Y'all trying to get this? Lock in with the vendor, man. I'm locked in with the number one vendor. I'm gonna piece you together. What you going with? Yeah. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Talk to me. And the mentor, what's some tips in the mentor show? Just videos, one on one. 101. 101. 101. What you do later? What you got going on, Larry? Man, y'all gotta start doing better, man. I've been the number one vendor for the past 6 years, man. Y'all just be just getting on work. I'm trying to figure it out. People just getting on work at any time. So I'm still in the work. You know, man. What you got going on for the rest of the night? Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Let's get to the bag, man. Whatever you need, let me know. We got linkables, we got physicals, lessons, methods. Whoa, throwing them bows. What I got going on, man? Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Shots and stuff. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Talk to me, man. We locked in, man. Help people get to doing these loans right now for people with yours. Everybody at, man. I know y'all ain't going on no party. Y'all need to get a bag. Ice scared fish, huh? Part of a light skinned mother effer. He ain't allowed to the barbecues, man. I need to roll up, cuz. Like, share, subscribe, y'all. What y'all got going on? Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Let's get some people in here. It's dead on this Friday. Like, share, comment, subscribe. What it do, Tara? Shit, what it do, Tara? What it do, Tara? I see you, Tara. Where you been at, man? It's a lot of ways for people to make money. It's a lot of new methods. A lot of new methods, a lot of new ways. You just gotta ask me what you interested in. I can't tell you like, hey, go do this. I can tell you a method like people like tell me what's the new way. I can tell you anything. It's all about what you want to know, what you interested in, what you've been hearing. It's a lot of new stuff. I'm trying to make $1,000 a day with a good method. Any suggestions? It's a lot of them. Load ups. There's a lot of methods out here that can make you $1,000 a day. I might even put a free method in the song that I'm gonna create while I'm making this beat. Might give y'all a free method in the song. Hey, hey, I got 100 methods to keep rich. That's enough. All right, I got 100 methods to get you rich. Listen up. If you want to, or you want to ride the, all right. That's how I be rapping. That's how I freestyle. I got 100 methods that can get you rich. Listen up. You want to ride the thing, or you want to? All right. I got 100 methods. Listen up. You want to ride a Benz or you want to ride the bus? I can show you how to fill up your car trunk with 100 bills and 100 dumps. I can show you. All right. Get you a loan, I can get you some bucks. You better get you a method that can help you run it up. I can show you a lot of things with a CPN. I can show you how to do something with a friend. I can show you how to go to the bank and get some checks. I can show you how to go. You be up next. I can show you how to go home and make 100 plus. I can show you how to really go and run it up. If you want to get these methods, just listen up, because King Hussle really about to show you how to get some bucks. What it do, Jay? What it do, Jay? What it do? Damn Vente. What it do? I feel go crazy with this. Yeah, what it do, young 516? I see you, bro. What it do? Yeah, we live. Let's get some people here. I'm over here working on this EP for the scamathon. What you got going on, young 516? I see you, Dan Vente. The I don't know how you say it. So I got going on, man. I'm over here trying to quick make a beat for the mixtape pretend. That track you did for we need a part two. Y'all want a part two? This might be part two right here. You know what to do. Send that screenshot. Payment ready. When I say that he ain't really committed no fraud, I can show you how to go and I can show you how to ball. These dire fake, these niggas dire fraud. Hey, these niggas drop the ball. I got 100 methods in my bag that can get you rich. Make the beat and record the song on live. That's how we get down. I might give y'all a free method and just listen up. But at the end of the day, you will have to pay some bucks. That's what I was like, what? I don't know why I ain't got that on charger. It's hot. Like, share, comment, subscribe, y'all. Man, I got a chick saying they on the way. I don't even know. Like, ain't nobody tell you to come over here. What's wrong with her, y'all? Hey, I ain't tell her to come. I didn't agree to her to come over. Like, what? Like, who told her? I did not tell her to come over here. I did not tell this woman. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. Like, share, comment. Let's see what I can put on real quick. Trying to see, man.
I was 11. I was in
Luxury
the 6th
escort
grade.
builds dark web
She
empire.
just
Let's see what
didn't
she's
come
talking
home.
about.
She left a letter. Yeah. She had started working around within that year. So she had gone from like being a stay-at-home mom to working again.
I mean, did she like say, "Hey, I got an apartment. I'm down the street.
No.
I'll come see you on the weekends. We'll work out." No, just gone. Like when did you hear from her again?
There was a letter. Nobody knew she was leaving, and I remember our dad sat us down and said, your mother left. So at the time, I hated her because I was, like a teenage girl. But also when she left, it was like all of these feelings that I had of like not being good enough already, just being like an awkward, kid. It was like in my perspective was that she was like leaving me, right? Because she didn't love me.
Yeah.
So she leaves and she leaves this letter, and we don't hear from her for maybe about a week. She tells us she's going to continue to be, present in our lives and be a part of our lives. But that doesn't really happen. She's not super involved. My dad is essentially raising us on our own, and I'm so angry with her. I don't really want anything to do with her. And so I don't know, she was like finding herself, I guess. She was going through like kind of, at least the way I saw it was like a midlife crisis. You know,
That
I think
sounds
she's
exactly what, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yeah, she starts working. She's going through menopause. She leaves my dad. We had just bought this like big Victorian house that we couldn't afford, really. And she was the one who had wanted to buy it, and she left. And this is like before the 2008 mortgage crisis. Like things are getting crazy. It's a subprime mortgage. Rates are going up. She's not financially contributing. My dad can't pay the mortgage. And so like all these things are happening. And I go from like kind of being an 11-year-old kid who's having some behavioral issues to like almost feeling like I am the only like adult woman in the house, even though I'm not an adult. My sister's a couple years younger, and I'm like worried about paying the bills, and like all of these things are happening, and I'm super young. So I mean, I'm like stressing out, like how are we going to pay the mortgage, you know? And I don't even have a bank account, and there's really nothing I can do to contribute to paying the mortgage at the tender age of 11. But that was like a legitimate stressor. I had already been running away before my mom left. So I would run away from home and like disappear for, you know, a couple weeks. A few times it was a few months.
Where are you going?
Oh, yeah.
Where do you disappear?
Where am I going at 11, 12 years old? So my best friend at the time, she was 16 years old. Her name was Stacy. Maybe she was 15, 16. And she was like an avid runaway. So she was constantly running away too. And I started running away with her, and we would just like couch surf. We would get on the train in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, and then we would like take the train up to Boston. We were like hanging out with like creepy older men. I mean, we were doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I was like smoking, I was drinking, I was, you know, doing some other stuff, and just starting to like break bad, if you will, I guess.
So what happens with the house, and does that all fall apart? I mean, it doesn't sound like.
Yeah, no, it does. Eventually it falls apart. My dad ends up losing the house. When he was going through a lot of that, to fast forward, I guess, I was not even around. I was in juvenile detention. But he ends up losing the house.
Why are you in juvenile detention?
I mean, I was pretty bad at 11, 12 years old. But when I was 13, 14, I got pulled over for driving without a license or a permit, really. And I got a DUI. Yeah. So I got a DUI at 14, and then I'm put on probation. And part of the probation stipulation is to, you know, be tested for substances and alcohol and all of that stuff. And I can't pass those tests. So I'm constantly failing. And I'm failing for pretty serious substances.
This is like ice. Is this like, or is this like
trying to figure out how to say
like blow or
Okay.
H?
So yeah, so I'm using I'm smoking blow, and I am using H as well, and pills. And at that time, at least in Massachusetts, there wasn't, and as sad as it is, there's a lot of kids these days who are using substances. It was not a thing then. Like nobody in my school, none of my friends in my age group were using the kind of substances I was using. So when I started failing tests with probation for H and blow, they were like, they're taking it very seriously. And
where are you getting these substances?
Yeah.
At 13 or 14, how are you paying for these substances at 13 or 14?
So I was middlemaning quite a bit. You know, I would like get people, you know, stuff, and I would just kind of be the go-between, and I would get money that way. Also older boyfriends that were, you know, selling drugs and stuff like that. So I wasn't really hanging out with anybody my age. And at the time I thought I was so mature and developed, and probably for my age I was, but nonetheless I was still a kid. So there was a lot of, you know, creepy stuff going on. Yeah.
And so you fail, you fail some of these tests, and you end up going to,
so I end up going, the first time I just go to juvie maybe for like a month or two, and I'm released, and I'm put into my first.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. You're racing through this. How did you fit in at juvie? I'm sure you fit right in, right?
at
Like you
the
probably
time-
walked in and it was like all a bunch of middle class white girls.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was a little hood rat at the time, or I thought I was, you know what I mean? So, you know, the hair gel slicked back tight and like, you know, the thin eyebrows. I just, I fit in fine, with most of the kids then.
Okay.
Yeah. And after like 2 months, I was put directly into like a program for kids. So I went right from juvie to like a treatment facility. And I got out of there maybe after 2 weeks. And that was the first time I had been around like kids who were around my age who were doing some of the things as far as like substances go that I was doing. And I got out and I just started doing the same thing right away again.
You like network and hang out with these kids now. Now you have other kids that are like you, like, oh wow, let me get your phone number. Let me what's your name? You know, that sort of thing. Or
Some of them, yeah. It was a mix. It was a mix of like, you know, the middle class kid whose parents caught them smoking pot, or there was like some kids that were like, you know, they were like hooked on age, you know, like 15, 16-year-old kids, 14-year-old kids. So some of them I did stay in touch with. One particularly, actually, like years later, to this day, like her and I still stay in touch. She lives out here in Florida now, but no, I was not hanging out with many people my age. I was hanging out with older adults, people who had cars, money, and substances. Like that's really who I was spending my time with. Yeah.
I just can't imagine being a grown man hanging out with like a 14-year-old.
It's so creepy. I think about being a grown woman hanging out with a 14-year-old boy, and I'm like, ooh, gross. It gives me, the heebie-jeebies for sure.
I mean, I just think if a police officer stopped you and questioned you and you were 17 years old or 20 years old, and who's this? Oh, how old are you? 14. That cop would look at you like, I'm about to yank you, especially in Florida.
Yeah.
We may get a couple of sheriffs out here to yank you, bring you in the woods and teach you just a lesson. And I don't even know if you're doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
I just know that there's just no situation, unless this is your sister or your niece and you're dropping her off at school, that you should be hanging out with a 14-year-old girl.
I totally agree. I mean, it's funny you say that. Before I got that DUI, I had crashed a car and I had been hanging out with this older boy. And it was his car, right? And he'd picked me up. It was like a Tuesday night. It was a school night. And I remember I had like pajamas on. I had slippers.
Creepier and creepier.
Yeah, I had slippers. And he like picked me up and we're like driving through back roads drinking. He was probably like 19 or 20. And he let me drive. And we're on these back roads, these dirt roads in small town Massachusetts. And I end up going to take a left, and he's like, no, take a right. And I take a right, and the back tire skid and the car like flips over, and it ends up like in like a swamp in November in Massachusetts. So it's like 20 degrees out. And I can't get out of the car. And I remember him kicking out the window and like pulling me out of the car. Otherwise I probably would have drowned and died. And I remember afterwards I was like, so what do we do now? And he's like, you should probably just leave. Right. And I remember walking home like 2.5, 3 miles, just like covered in brown swamp water with no shoes on. And every time I hear like a car, I'd like tuck and roll in the bushes, because I'm like, oh, the cops are coming. And if they see like the swamp thing at 13, 14 years old walking down the street, like they're probably going to stop. So luckily, I don't think I had many interactions where I was with adults where the police caught me. None that I can remember. Well, actually, that's not true. The DUI, I was with adults. I don't know why they didn't put them in jail. They all had licenses. They were all of age. But
you were driving.
Right? But I was driving, to the club with my fake ID.
Yeah, I would think they would have been here in Florida. I think they'd have been arrested and charged with like contributing to a minor. Like, this girl's 14 years old and she's driving. You're sitting next to her. You're 19. You have like a license. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, totally.
And
it was
she's
a girl.
Intoxicated. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I agree.
So you get out. You immediately get out of juvie the drug program. Immediately go back to what you were doing. Mm-hmm. So how does that progress? Like how old are you? Still 14 or 15 or?
Yeah, 14, 15 at this point. I immediately go back to what I was doing, and I'm still on like pre-trial probation because I'm going through like the court system for this DUI, and I'm failing, drug tests again. And so,
you know what nobody tells you about dinner? It never stops. Every day around 5 o'clock, it rolls around again. HelloFresh doesn't make you a better cook. It gives you your nights back. For me, the hard part wasn't not cooking. It was deciding what to make. HelloFresh fixes that. The food comes pre-portioned, the recipe cards are easy to follow, and dinner is ready in 30 minutes. Here's how it works. They have over 100 recipes every week to choose from. You pick what sounds good. The portions are big, so everyone feels full. On busy nights, having a meal ready like this makes things easier. And the food tastes great. You can get steak and seafood at no extra cost. There are more seafood choices than before, plus high protein, Mediterranean, and GLP-1 friendly meals. What you get back is more than dinner. You get time, you get energy, you can sit down and eat instead of rushing in the kitchen. I use HelloFresh, and you should too. Go to HelloFresh.com/ITC10FM to get 10 free meals plus a free knife at a $144.99 value on your third box. Offer valid while supplies last. Free meals applied as a discount on your first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan.
I have a court date. I go to the court date. I'm with my dad. And it's at like Worcester Courthouse, I remember. And I knew that they were going to commit me to the Department of Youth Services. So I don't know what they call it here in Florida, but essentially, you know, if you're either in trouble at a young age for something really, really bad, you know, stabbing somebody or something crazy like that, or if you're consistently like messing up, they'll commit you until you're 18 as like a way to, yeah, exactly. And I was habitual and my charges weren't that severe, but I think they took it really seriously because of the substances I was using. And the reason I only stayed in that treatment program for 2 weeks was because my insurance wouldn't cover it. And so I think in hindsight, I think the judge was probably trying to commit me because it would give me access to more services to get help. And also, like, I couldn't stop using substances. I just kept getting loaded. And so I show up to court. My attorney makes a mistake of telling me that I'm going to be committed that day. And I'm like, sure. And I'm like smoking cigarettes at this point. I'm like, I'm going to go out front and smoke a cigarette. And I go out front and smoke a cigarette, and I call my best friend, Heather, and I'm like, come get me. And she comes and picks me up, and I'm on the run for the next few months. And I run away from the courthouse. And I'm like, my big plan was to like run till I was 18, you know, till I aged out. Yeah.
Well, how did they catch up with you?
So I was.
Heather's a problem, by the way.
Say what?
Heather's a problem too.
Oh, I know. Heather, bless her heart. She's not doing well. She lives out here too. I think about her all the time. She was not as much of a problem as me. She was just, you know.
She's helping.
Yeah, she was.
She got that call and said, yes, yeah, it sounds like you're a hit. You need to go back in there. I'm not coming to get you.
What do you mean? We're about teenagers. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm like, they're keeping me forever. Come get me, girl. And she's like, all right, I'll be there. Yeah. So she shows up, she picks me up, and I don't remember, she dropped me off at, you know, some guy's house that I knew out in that area, out near Worcester. And yeah, I'm just kind of on a rampage for the next few months. And eventually I end up back in like my home area. I'm in this like city called Fitchburg. This like kind of crappy, like shitty little town, city, I guess. Not very nice, kind of like poor area. And it's a college town. And I go to some party for Halloween. It's like a Halloween party, and I'm drinking. And it's the next morning. I'm super hungover. And I'm living out of like a bag of clothes, and I'm with Heather again. And Heather and I go and meet this guy that I had been spending time with, who had like my bag of clothes and also some H for sale. And I go and I buy some off him, and it's like a McDonald's parking lot or something like that. And Heather and I pull out, and a minute and a half later, we're pulled over. And my first thought is, you know, they saw me buy drugs.
Right.
And I'm like, and I also have a warrant. And by this time, I believe I'm 16. I'd been maybe on the run for 3-4 months. And I'm pulled over. Heather's driving. I'm in the passenger seat. And I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna lock me up for the next 2.5 years. I think I just turned 16. So like almost 3 years. I'm like, I'm not going. And the cop asks for her name and her driver's license, and she gives him all that information, and then asks for my name. And I don't have an ID because I don't even have a permit or a license. So I give them like someone else's name, and they go back to the cruiser to check. And I'm like, I need to get out of here. And she's like, Glenn, don't run, please. And I'm like, no, I'm out of here. And I open the passenger side door and I start running, and we're like on a hill, and I start running because I think that he's about to pop me for possession. And he was like, in his 40s, which at the time was like a million years old. No offense. Yeah. And I'm like, I can outrun this guy. I weigh like 110 pounds, and I like take off going to bolt, and he catches up to me right away, and we're doing the whole like left, right thing. And he finally like tackles me, and he's trying to get me in the cuffs, but he's like, stop resisting. I'm like, I'm not resisting. I'm obviously resisting. And then some like motorcycle guy pulls over, and he goes, do you need help? And he just body slams me, this like citizen who doesn't look like he would be like a good Samaritan, because he looks like a Hell's Angel or something. He's wearing like leather. He's on a Harley. He like body slams me, and then the cop puts me in cuffs. And it turns out we had just not came to a complete stop at a yield sign. If I had just been chill, I probably would have been fine.
And him running you, if you're just turned 16, I don't have a license. My name is, Jennifer Johnson. He's going to go, okay, well, it's whatever. Yeah. What's your at? Even if you gave him a bad date of birth, he's going to be like, well, she's just not in the system. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't think this through.
I
was not thinking the whole process through.
We were panicked, Totally.
I was panicked. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to be locked up. And also I had a habit, you know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't want to withdraw. And
I hear it's great to withdraw in prison.
So
it's
fun.
The best. It's like the best experience.
It's the best. It's amazing. No, it's terrible. So now I get put in cuffs, and I have like cuts all over me. My fingers are all cut up. I have like rips in my jeans. I'm all cut up. And so because I am a minor, technically speaking, they can't even search me. They can't touch me. And so I still have this, this H in my pocket. And they take me to the hospital, and they end up bandaging me up. And it's not much, I'm 16 years old on the run, living out of a bag, but it was enough to like get me off of empty. And they end up bandaging me all up. And during that time when I'm at the hospital, I end up putting it in my Band-Aid on my finger. And so by the time I finally do get to the police station after the hospital, they search me and they never find it. But I was charged with assault and battery on a police officer, which was an adult charge. So now I'm going to juvenile court for the Department of Youth Services and the DUI thing. And I also have a pending adult charge for assault and battery on a police officer. Because it turns out even if you don't assault them, if there's any unwanted contact, it's assault and battery.
Right. So what, do you have a question?
I was just wondering, it's not even that important, but I'm wondering, did they ask you like, well, why did you attack this police officer if they never found anything?
Yeah,
well,
why'd you run? Yeah.
They did ask me why I ran. I remember it was the state police, and they were like, why did you run? That's the fastest guy on the force. I was like, well, but also they ended up finding out that I did have a warrant.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was kind of part of the reason it was the main reason I ran, but also I didn't want any possession charges, because at that time at 16 years old, I'm like, oh my God, if I have a possession charge, like I'm going to spend the rest of my life in jail, which definitely wasn't true. Not in Massachusetts, but
what's your dad thinking, right? Like, what's your poor dad?
Mm-hmm.
What are you at any point thinking, hey, you obviously know you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking at any point, hey, maybe I need to try and straighten up. I need to try and go straight.
I think leading up to this point, I really didn't think I had a problem. Like, I really thought that I was doing the things I was doing because I wanted to. I was like kind of in this delusion where I'm like, oh, like if I wanted to stop, I would, but I don't want to. And when I finally was arrested that last time, and I knew I was going to spend some time in juvie, like a considerable period of time, that was the first time that I actually got honest, because I had been lying to probation. I had been lying to my dad, and my dad, like, he wanted to believe what I was saying so badly. And I was just so manipulative. And the truth is like, he was doing the best he could, but he was raising 2 daughters at like 60 something years old after retiring from the military, retiring from the post office. You know, spouse left, can't pay the mortgage, and he's working overnights 11 to 7 in the morning, 5 days out of the week at the hospital because he had gone back to work to try and like pay the bills. So he like wasn't that present, to be honest, not because he didn't love me, but he was just trying to like provide, right? And he just is, he's like a straight edge man. Like he like he's never smoked cigarettes, doesn't smoke pot, like barely drinks. Like he is just so out of the loop.
No understanding.
Yeah, he's totally out of the loop. And I was a good liar, you know? So yeah, I think it was a little bit of lack of like oversight and parenting for sure. And I think he also felt a lot of guilt around my mom leaving. I think he felt like partly responsible because how it was affecting me, especially. But yeah, he's like really concerned. I don't know if he was relieved that I was locked up or whether he was sad. I think it was probably a mix of both. At least he knew where I was.
Right.
Yeah. So I end up, being committed to the state of Massachusetts.
For how long?
I was committed until I was 18. I spent a little bit less than 2 years, almost 2 years locked up
about anything?
in the Department of Youth Services with a bunch of other girls who were also committed until they were 18. Yeah, it was like behavior modification, kind of, you know what I mean? It was like, we didn't go outside, we didn't leave. Couldn't have visits unless it was a parent or a legal guardian. And that took even months, you know, no phone calls out except for like a legal guardian who is deemed appropriate to communicate with.
You have to take classes.
So, I mean, we're kids, so we have to go to school. But the schooling, even at that time, I was a bad kid, but I was smart.
Right.
You know, I was smart, and most of the kids hadn't made it past the 6th grade level. So we were essentially all in the same classes, you know what I mean? So I wasn't like getting what I needed. I was definitely not going to pass the 10th grade. And so, I end up going to school because we have to. And yes, we have some classes like therapeutic classes like DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, but I don't remember them being super helpful.
Did you end up getting your GED?
Later on, I did. So I got out of there after 2 years, and I went to like a girls' like really structured treatment program until about a month before I turned 18. So the last like 6-7 months before I turned 18 and aged out of the Department of Youth Services, I was in like a recovery home for girls. And I end up getting my GED when I finally get out. So I end up getting out and I go to like dual enrollment, and I'm like working towards getting both my diploma and my associates. And I'm like sober. I'm doing pretty well after like spending almost 3 years, you know, in the system. And then I started drinking, and it kind of all starts up again. And I eventually just get my GED. I stop working towards the diploma, and I just take the test and get my GED.
So when you get out, what do you go back to live with your dad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm living with my dad until I turned 18. I was like on an ankle monitor, and I was like very, like the Department of Youth Services was very strict. I was like, they called in every night to make sure that I was like in by curfew. I couldn't leave the house. And then when I turned 18, I got off Department of Youth Services, but I was still fighting. I wasn't fighting. I was on probation for the assault and battery on a police officer. So I had adult probation for about 6 months after I turned 18. So I had like another layer kind of
supervision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was a suspended sentence. So as long as I like kept my shit together, it would fall off my record.
Did you?
I did, until like maybe 2 weeks before probation was up. I started getting loaded again, and I relapsed and I failed 1 drug test, but I had been so good that the probation officer, like, I told her I took like a Tylenol 3, and she believed me. And she
didn't believe you.
She did. She did.
She must have been like,
she did, because she'd only see me like be good, right? And so she was like, okay, fine. And she like let me off still. I think I'd gotten pulled over because I crashed the car in a school zone, and the way I got caught for that drug test is I had fake somebody else's pee on me. You know what I mean? I was on my way to probation, and the cop, when I was pulled over, found the pee and brought me to the courthouse. He's like, "You're gonna pee. I don't know what this is, but you're gonna drug test today." And she wasn't there that day, so I never ended up drug testing that day. And then I came back and drug tests, and I never actually like peed dirty, but I told her, oh, the reason I didn't is because I took like a Tylenol 3 because I don't know, bumped my toe or something. I don't remember what it was. I kept like kind of getting out of things.
Right. So and then you went to community college, you went to college, you ended up getting your degree as an accountant, and that's the story. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Everything turned out great. No, probably about 6 months after my 18th birthday, right before I got off probation, I started having issues, but I was able to like get off probation and be off paper. And I got a job as working at a Victoria's Secret. It was like my first job. And I finally got my license because I wasn't able to get my license until I was 18 because of the DUI and all this other stuff. So I finally got a license. I got a car. I'm working at Victoria's Secret. I'm doing H. I lose my job day 2 during training because I can't stay awake in the back. They make you watch these training videos or whatever.
Right.
And every time the manager comes back, I'm like snoring and he fires me, or she fires me. I don't even remember if it was a he or she, to be honest. It was only 2 days of work. And then I start working at the strip club. So I'm like, I can't hold a real job. I need to.
How do you get that job? You just go in, or a guy?
No, it's not hard. Yeah, you just walk in. You're 18 years old. Hey, I'd like to be a dancer. And yeah.
Like, share, comment, subscribe.
I don't know. It just didn't occur to me that maybe this is a bad idea. It really just didn't. What
does your dad think? You're still working at Victoria's Secret?
He has no idea. Yeah, he has no idea.
He's just stop asking questions.
Yeah, I mean, I had been a wild child for a long time. So even when I was home, after my mom left, I was barely living at home. I was doing whatever I wanted, even as a kid. And so the only period of time where I was consistently home between the ages of 12 and 18 were those 2-3 months until I aged out of the Department of Youth Services and was on the ankle bracelet. And it was because I was required to be there, I had a bracelet on. So my dad hadn't really had much of a say in what I did for a long time, to be honest. I was doing whatever I wanted. I was a troubled kid, and I was a troubled 18-year-old as well. So
you started the strip club.
Yeah, I started working at the strip club.
Is this a decent strip club, or is this
the first one? Yeah, the first one was a nice one. It was a fancy one. It was in Worcester, Massachusetts. What was it called? I forget. There's a couple, but I ended up working at one for a little bit and then going to another one. I think it was called Centerfolds 2000 in Oxford. And they were they were pretty nice. Yeah. And they were, no touching, nothing like that.
Right.
So I was making decent money, and I was, supporting my habit and all of that stuff. And, had an apartment, car, all this stuff. And maybe after 6 or 8 months or 9 months of doing this, I didn't want to.
6 months, that's a good run, right? You couldn't keep the legit job for 2 days, but this is a good run. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, this one's decent. I don't think it depends on the club, but for the most part, they didn't care if you were just low key about it. Most of the girls are using.
Right.
Not all, but many.
Well, I dated a girl really I almost complete all through college, really.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it was pretty much all. I think I maybe met her my second or third semester, but I dated her and she worked as a stripper. And listen to this cliche. She worked her way through college and got a degree in finance. Swear to God.
No, I've seen that.
It's not always, I know I'm going to college, but but that was actually true. But she worked at Scarlett's, which was at that time, I don't know what it is now, it was a really high end. But they were no, if you show up after this time, you're not going on.
Yeah.
You can't leave before this time. You have to be walked to the car. If you give if we see anybody exchange a phone number or anything, you're done. That's it. I mean, it was super strict.
Yeah.
But I also think that at that time, the mayor of Tampa was like, they were really all over these strip clubs
because the sex work stuff.
Yeah, they were sending in cops and everything. So they were scared they would, and they had a liquor license. Like they were like terrified. Like y'all could get, the girls can get the club in huge trouble.
Totally.
So they were all over. So I was wondering, but I know other strip clubs.
Well, I worked at a couple. The first few were pretty decent.
This is Massachusetts, right?
This is Massachusetts. So Massachusetts strip clubs, there's not that many in Massachusetts, and they're pretty strict. There was like one ghetto one in Worcester, but I never worked there. There was only 2 in Boston. They were right next to each other. One was like a little ghetto, and the other one right next door, which was like Centerfolds Boston, was really, really nice. Very expensive, very high end. Like every girl was a 10. You know what I mean? Like stunning women. Most of them like relatively normal women. There were a couple girls who I remember I was working with one girl who was in law school. Like there were girls like that for sure. It just depended on the place. And in that place in Boston, it was very strict as well. But because it was so strict, it was like harder to make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's harder to make money, especially when it's like really strict and really high end and the prices are like very, very high. But what you're getting is really like, you're just like Centerfolds Boston. Like if you're going in the champagne room, it was usually because some guy had brought his wife, you know what I mean? And it was like $2,000 to like even just get up there. And it was, and this is, 15 years ago, like it was just a lot of money for really nothing. Like you couldn't touch our knee. The dances were like arm's length apart and they were watching you. Like there was no touching, super strict. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. And I started working at some clubs in Providence, Rhode Island. And that was a whole other story. It was like, there were like brothels.
Right.
Yeah. There was cops coming in and it was on the news and like recording. It was essentially, I think at the time, and you could probably look this up, but don't quote me exactly, but indoor prostitution in the state of Rhode Island was legal. So like in clubs and in massage parlors, like you could do sex work.
Right.
Yeah. So it was kind of a free for all. And then that changed. But obviously, like the clubs and the massage parlors did not.
Right.
And then they started like cracking down. And most of these clubs, especially the ones in Providence, were like owned by mobsters.
I was just going to say, I feel like that's kind of a mobbed up area and there's a lot of corruption. And it's kind of like, to me, it's like Las Vegas. Like in Las Vegas, prostitution is not legal, right? But it's only a misdemeanor. So
totally.
I think it's there's some county just out. It's like 20 or 30-minute drive outside of Las Vegas County or whatever that county is. And there, that's where like they have the bunny ranch and that's legal. But if you're in Las Vegas and you're a prostitute, you get busted. It's like, okay, we take you downtown, we take a picture, you run my finger. Okay, can I go? And you're right back out. Like it's just one
LA
misdemeanor
like
after. Right. So So even there, if they're like, oh, we're gonna really, crack down. Okay, you're cracking down on what are you giving me though? I'm getting a misdemeanor. And even then, when they're cracking down, right? Like the mob is connected. So the cops are like, we could care less. Like, and then they'll tell them like, hey, bro, we're supposed to be in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be really cracking down for a couple of months. So like, gotcha.
Totally. The cops at the front door. Oh my God. I used to sleep with the guy who would do details at the front door. He was like a cop. He was friends with all the owners. I remember our manager at this like club in Providence that I was working at had just gotten out of federal prison. You know what I mean?
Right.
For like embezzlement and a bunch of other weird stuff. And like, he comes back to his old job and they open him with like, they welcome him with open arms. The owner, Dick Shappy, like, I don't know if he was a mobster, but if he wasn't,
certainly connected, right?
It would be it would be shocking for sure. He would like come in with like his like chest hair out, like 3 buttons down, and like he was like 70 years old. You know what I mean? He was so old, and he always had like beautiful women sitting at the table with him with like huge tits. And
just had him on the podcast, didn't we?
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
No, not him.
Gosh.
No, but a guy like he came in and his shirt's down to here,
Totally.
and he's probably, I think he was like in his 60s,
He's in his
right?
60s.
Late 60s.
He's got He's an accountant. He does content with models
and amazing hair. by the
Wow.
way. Wanted to just point that out.
Yeah.
Amazing hair, in amazing shape. And
Yeah.
it was just like,
This guy was not. You're
No.
not in amazing shape.
Not the
No,
same
no,
guy.
no, no, not the same guy for sure. Yeah, it was a crazy ordeal. That place, a lot of girls, Cuban girls, would come down from Florida to go there because they would make a lot of money during the winter
Right.
time here during the off season, and then they would come back here for the summer.
I was gonna say the chick I knew, or the chick that I was dating, Chrissy. There was a girl that would fly in on, I want to say, Friday nights from New York, work for like 3 or 4 days here, and fly back. And actually had had a kid in New York, and she was like, I just, I can't. Or was it the other way around?
It depends on the season.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a minute, I could be wrong. She might have been flying to New York and then flying back and raising her kid here because it was so cheap here to live in, but she was making so much money in New York. That's what I think happened. It was the opposite. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like, I remember thinking, this is a jet set stripper. Like, what's going on?
Oh yeah, there was a lot of us girls would do that, go to different places during different seasons where it was popping, more money. Yeah.
So what's happening with the addiction? Like, is it getting worse? Is it?
Yeah. There's periods of time where I get on like the methadone clinic, and
so you're at this point you're kind of trying to get off, or you realizing it's like, hey, this is an issue.
I'm going in and out of like treatment centers, and it's so here I am working at this like kind of wild place in Providence where it's like all bets are off. Like, they don't care if you're sleeping with people in the champagne room. I mean, it's pretty much expected, like they don't really care what the hell you're doing. But I am so strung out, and I'm going into the bathroom, and I'm, doing what we do. And I'm getting caught all the time. And the house mom's like sending me home or putting me on week-long suspensions, and I'll like go to treatment, and I'll come out and be like, look, I completed treatment. She'll like let me work again. I'm like doing this thing like over and over again. And then finally I'm on the clinic for a little while, and I wouldn't say things are better on the clinic. I'm not using, so I guess that's better. But and I'm not like doing crime. But like I'm still, handcuffed to some like, substance. And then I eventually like I meet a boyfriend and I end up like moving in with him, and I stop dancing, and I try to go back to college, and I'm like trying to do the thing, and I'm still in the clinic, and I kind of clean things up a little bit. And I moved to like out towards Boston. I'm in a relationship with this guy, and
who is this guy? Was he like, what does he do? Like, who's
yeah, so he was a cop, actually. Yeah. He was a cop, and he was like a really normal, nice guy.
And he knows you have a problem?
No, not really.
Oh.
No, he doesn't. Because at this point, I'm not actually using any substances. I'm on the clinic. And so he doesn't know that at first. And then I tell him, and like he doesn't really understand what that means. He's like, oh, well, you used to like, I tell him that I was doing pills or something like that. And he's like, well, you used to do it and you don't anymore, right? And like, cool.
You're good now.
Yeah, like you're good.
Okay, right.
Everything's all right, right? And I was like, yeah, for sure. And arguably things were a lot better than they had been.
Right.
But yeah, for like maybe a year, like things are pretty chill. He's like working. I'm on the clinic, which sucks. So I'm like handcuffed to like where I am, so I can't really travel or anything, but things are okay.
What does that mean? I understand you're not using, but you're still on methadone?
I'm on methadone, right?
Okay.
So I'm not like using illicit substances. I'm not going out in the streets and like
Does
buying.
he know you're on methadone?
He knows that. Yeah.
Okay.
He knows I'm on that.
So he's kind of hoping you'll wing off and you'll be good.
Yeah, I actually end up doing that.
Okay.
So I end up like weaning off slowly but surely. Like after a year, I get off of it, and we like go on vacation to like celebrate like my freedom, and I'm off it for maybe a few months.
Subscribe, talk to me.
And I start using again. And he's working overnights, 11 to 7 in the morning. And I am like getting loaded. I'm like going out and like being a weirdo in the middle of the night and like meeting, dealers and just doing things I shouldn't do. And he's not hip to like game out of personal experience, but he is a cop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he's not totally like an idiot. And he's like knows something's going on, but he's not quite sure what's going on. And he's like wanting me to share my location of where I'm at.
Thinking that, like, does he have your location on?
Totally. He's like, yes, but this is, again, I'm probably only 19 or 20 years old at this point. So this is like 13 years ago. So it wasn't like I had an Android. Do you know what I mean? It was like, it wasn't as easy to just share, but there were some apps, but there was also ways to kind of like fudge it. And so I'm like constantly kind of like manipulating, deleting my location history and like showing him other things, leaving my phone. And I'm just I'm just always like kind of lying. And he'll catch me sometimes and just be like, why are you lying? And I'll convince him otherwise. But like, he is like not trusting me at all. And he knows I'm like up to something.
Yeah, you
Watch
can
out
feel
from
you
the
have intuition, right? Like,
totally. He's like, what is going on? And he's like becoming like very insecure, honest, for good reason.
Yeah.
For good reason, to be honest. And like he starts coming home and I'll be like passed out at 6:37 in the morning. He's like in uniform and he'll like search the house like a cop would, like search the whole house. And he starts like finding like paraphernalia and stuff like that. And like I'm waking up with him in uniform, like with stuff in his hand. And he's like, what is this? And I'm like,
could also be his job too, right? Like, I mean, if you got in trouble and he's with,
it 100% is. I mean, it's
more than just.
It was many layers. It was one, like he cared about me, like genuinely, like he loved me and he cared about me. And he could see that I was like not only lying to him, but like that I wasn't okay. Two, it was 100% his job, which he cared about and valued. I mean, there was like a lot of layers of like why it was a problem, but like, he was a normal guy. You know what I mean? He wasn't he didn't hit me. He wasn't like abusive. He wasn't a big drinker or anything. He was like a very like normal, nice guy, honestly. And I just like could not like keep it together. Yeah. And after like once or twice of him like catching me red-handed, he's like, you have to go to treatment. Yeah. And I go to treatment, spend 2 weeks. He sticks it out. He's supportive. I come home. I start the same thing. And he's like, you're out of here. Yeah. Get out of my house. He's like, you gotta go. He changes his phone number. He changes all the locks. And like, he's like, he completely like just cuts me off. He's like, I can't do this. Like, this is crazy.
In my wife's case, so she was on an ICE conspiracy in Okeechobee, which is the big lake in the middle of Florida down there. Yeah. If you look at any map, it's the huge.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they always say, like in Okeechobee, they have dairy farms, and they have, ICE. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like the two main industries.
Yeah.
And one of her co-defendants was actually a few of her co-defendants were dating officers, but this one was dating an officer, had a kid from the officer, was dating it, and when she eventually gets busted,
just pissed me
because he knew, and like there was a definite kind conflict of overall conflict of interest, and he knew what was going on, knew had been that he not only got fired, he lost his certificate, like he can never be an officer again.
Wow. And
so I mean it was she devastated this guy's life.
Right. Yeah.
And he didn't really, like, what did he do wrong? Like, I never
understand.
Quite sure. I think it's just a matter of the sheriff just saying no. And all the sheriff really has to do is they have to kind of write a letter. It doesn't take a lot for them to remove that certificate and say, yeah, I'm sorry. You're just not, you're not making good decisions. So I could definitely see him being, it's not just you, like you said, it's you, he cares about you, but two, you're devastating your own life, but you're not taking me with you.
Totally. Yeah.
So,
no, he was like, enough is enough. Like you and I are done for good. Like, I never want to see you again. Yeah.
That's sad.
It was sad. I mean, also understandable. I mean, he had to protect his peace, his livelihood.
Yeah.
Yeah. His freedom, his career, all the things. Yeah. It was pretty devastating. But at the time I was so young. I was like, oh my God, my soulmate, my life is over. You know what I mean? And I just went on like a tear for the next few years, just like back in the strip club, doing the same thing, getting loaded, just the same like cycle. Possession charge here, pulled over here, in and out of county jail. I'm just like getting in trouble, but relatively minor stuff. And I always get out of it because I can like show up, and like look nice and put on like the, I'm a good girl type vibe. I was like highly manipulative.
Yeah.
Is really what it comes down to. And then I meet like boyfriend number 2 and another normal guy. That was like my MO. I would like meet very nice normal guys, like not drug dealers, not addicts.
Right.
Good job, nice family, you know, stable, supportive, like nice guys. And
then ruin it.
oh, and I would ruin it. Yeah, totally. I would ruin my life, their life, and like the whole thing. And I meet him, and he, you know, works for like a financial, you know, company. He's in finance, and he's relocated to Texas for work. And I have like a raging H habit, and he has no idea. He thinks something's up with me, but he can't figure out what, because I'm like spending a lot of time in the bathroom, which is always like, why is she in the bathroom so much? But I think he thought I was doing blow, because like that like made sense. He was from like Greenwich, Connecticut. So he's like, you know, he's like, yeah, but she's probably doing some blow, which is like fine. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But I was not. I was, you know, like doing H, which I don't even think he had considered that as an option. And I'm like going in and out of the bathroom, and he is like, hey, do you want to move to Texas with me? And at this point I had a couple possession charges. I was failing drug tests again. I was on like the sheriff's department, which is like drug court, you know, where you have to show up like 3-4 days a week and like test, and I'm failing. And in Massachusetts, they're like relatively lax. So I would fail, and then I would eventually like check myself into detox again. I'd be like, look, I, you know, completed a program. They'd be like, okay, we'll give you another chance. And I do that a couple times, and I know I'm pretty much out of like chances on that front. And so I like take off to Texas with this boyfriend. And
are you allowed to take off to Texas?
No.
Oh.
No. I take off to Texas. I don't have a warrant quite yet, but like any day,
you know it's coming.
Yeah, any day now. And I can't stay sober. I just can't do it. No matter how many times I'll go to the 5-7 day spin dry in the detox facility, I get out and I do the same thing over and over again. Like I cannot, and I'm convinced that it's Massachusetts is my problem. Like if only I can get out of Mass, I'll be all right. And so I find this like nice guy, and I'm like, this is perfect. I'll like leave Massachusetts. I have like a nice, normal guy, like through osmosis, our lives, my life will get better. And things are pretty, I end up kicking out there cold turkey. It sucks. And I like get it together for about 8 months. And then I'm working, I'm bartending. We live in a nice place. We have like normal friends. I'm drinking a lot, but like, it's not as bad as using substances. And then I go back to Massachusetts to visit. And I'm only supposed to be there like 5, 6, 7 days, and go right back to Texas. So I go to Massachusetts. I have a warrant, but I'm like, it's all right. I'll be fine. You know, I'm sober. And I end up relapsing, and I overdose. The cops come, they charge me with the second possession charge. And I'm like 21 years old, and they're like sending me to prison for the first time because I have like multiple possession charges. I absconded from a warrant, and then I caught a new charge.
How long do you go? How long are they sentencing you?
I go for like a year. Which
what the guy? What do you tell him?
Well,
or did you just disappear? I don't know. She got on a plane.
Well, the craziest thing is that, so I took like a pill, and some opiates, and I totally, like, I overdosed. I have absolutely no recollection, and I'm out of it for like 2 days. I literally wake up in prison and I don't know where I am. And the crazy thing is it's not really the type of offense where you typically go to prison, state prison for. It's usually a county jail type deal, you know, possession charges. But they were full. So I went to state prison instead. So I'm in MCI Framingham. I'm like 20 or 21 years old. I have like fake eyelashes, you know, like the permanent fake eyelashes, and like my hair's done, my nails done. They're all calling me Barbie. You know what I mean? It's like, but I end up being there for about a year, and the boyfriend is like, what the fuck happened? He's like, you're where? How? What? Like, what is going on with you? And he ends up like waiting for me for like a year, and I end up getting out. And I get the second possession charge dropped. And I'm going to court. I'm going to 2 different courthouses for the different charges. And I get out and I'm released to a treatment program. And then once I'm done with that, I leave, and I end up like continuing to get loaded in Massachusetts for a few months. I think I got out in August, September, October, November. it got cold in Massachusetts, and I was like, I'm going back to Texas, and I like went back to Texas.
And he was still the whole time he's with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he takes you back,
Mm-hmm.
and you're still addicted, but now you're addicted in Texas. Are you detoxing in Texas?
Yeah, I do. But then I start getting loaded in Texas, which is like the first time. Because before I really did clean up for 8 months. I didn't know where to find it. I hadn't really sought it out. But when I go back, I don't do that same thing. I start like, I start seeking it out. Like, where can I?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you seek it out? What do you?
I mean,
I wouldn't know where to go.
you just, I mean, if you spot it, you got it. You know what I mean? You know somebody who's like,
A fisherman knows a fisherman.
totally.
You're like,
You're like, yeah. Like game recognized game.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's that. And I think I'm working in like the service industry. I'm bartending, I'm waitressing. And like, there's one girl who like, I can tell. And I ask her and she's getting loaded. And so there's that. And then also like later down the road, I'm like traveling all over the country, like in my active addiction. We'll talk about that at some point, but I just like Google like, where's the worst part of town? You know what I mean? Highest crime rate. And I go there and you just ask someone, you know what I mean? It's really not that hard.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was going to like West Dallas. So I was living in Dallas. I would go to West Dallas. There's like this area, this road called Singleton or Harry Hines Boulevard, which is like the track. So like I start going to these places and I, you know, just like, hey, do you know where to, you know, and they take you. So I start doing that and like, it's like progressing, it's getting worse. And I start using ice, which I had never used before. And so I'm doing that and I'm doing H. And so I'm like twacked out. I'm like disappearing for 3-4 days at a time. He's like, where the fuck are you? And I have like his car and I'm just totally MIA. But I had this relationship with him where I was like pretty honest with him. I would like lie on the front end and then I would just like tell the truth.
Right.
With the previous boyfriend, the cop, like, no, I was lying 100% of the time because he would lose his mind. But the second boyfriend, I would be like, listen, this is what I was doing. I'm really sorry. And he'd just be like, I don't really know what to say to this. And so I would do that. And then eventually things progress to such a point where we like break up and he's like, I'll give you a chance to get on your feet, but like, you got to leave, you know, I'm not going to put you out on the street, but like, you have to leave. This isn't working. I care about you. It was really sad. And that's when I met Money Mike, who became my pimp because
Money Mike.
isn't that funny? Just like the movie Friday. I know people joke. I think that's where he got the name, honestly. I don't know. I don't think I asked him where he came up with it, but yeah, he was like a full-fledged like pimp.
So wait a second. So you get tossed from your house. So
well, I'm still technically staying there.
Oh, okay. So but he's saying you got
You got
a week or so to get, or a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks. You got to start
figure something out.
You start moving out.
Yeah.
You have to
So we're
figure
like
this out.
living in the same house, and it's a very sad situation. Because like I really care about him and he really cares about me, but he just sees this cycle and he's been going through it at this point for a few years with me.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm causing chaos in the house. You know what I mean? Every time he leaves, he has to like figure out who's going to be there, whether I'm going to, if I leave with the car, will I be gone for 8 days? Are gang members going to steal the car again because I'm out smoking rocks? You know what I mean? It's just like, well, there are so many, I got his car, 2 separate cars stolen on 2 different occasions. One time it was resold on OfferUp and we actually ended up getting it back, but it had been like chopped up and like, you know, the engine and the battery, everything was sold off and like replaced by like really, you know, trash parts and like sold to some sad woman who had like a child and like and it was found like on OfferUp. Another time I was like in the hood, I let some dealer use my car, they stole it, gave it to somebody else, and we ended up tracking it down and getting it back. But like it was just like, and he was not living this life and he's like pulled into this, like dealing with the chaos of it. He's like, this is crazy, you know? And so we're living in this house. It's very sad. It's very depressing. I want to be out of the house as quickly as possible. Like, I really don't want to be there anymore. It's very uncomfortable. Like, you can cut the air with a knife. It's like really uncomfortable. And I'm, you know, disappearing for days at a time, which at this point, he's like, I don't care what you do. You just can't have my car.
Right.
And don't bring anybody into this house. And I had been in county jail at a certain point. I think I got another DUI, Tarrant County Jail in Fort Worth, Texas. And I had met this girl while I was there. Maybe I was there for like 3-4 months or something. I don't know. I just kept getting like little petty charges and like over and over again, doing a little county jail time here, whatever. So I get a DUI. I end up in Tarrant County Jail and I meet this girl. And like we become friends in county jail, you know, we become buddies. And I end up getting out before her and I was like, oh, I'll put money on your books and, you know, I'll like call you. And I actually do. And her and I become friends and she ends up getting out a little bit after me. And she's a tweaker. And she grew up in like a really, really rough part of East Fort Worth, like rough life. You know what I mean? Mom is a tweaker, no dad, had a kid super young. And I'm like down and out at some point. I'm like in some trap house, phone's been stolen, ID stolen, you know, whatever chaos is going on in my life at that moment, something like that's going on. And I use somebody's phone and reach out to her on Facebook Messenger. And I'm like, do you have somebody that could pick me up? And I'm in Dallas at this point, and she's like, yeah, let me hit up my boy, Taz. So she hits up her boy, Taz, and Taz ends up picking me up. And he's with Money Mike. And I think Taz was like trying to like, I think he was trying to like be on some like pimp shit, but he wasn't a pimp. But Money Mike was. I didn't know this.
Do you have any idea how insane this sounds, right? Like this is nuts.
It is. Yeah, it is insane. It is insane.
And it's not like you haven't seen a better life. Like,
Right.
like, you know, like it's not like some people we interview, or really, let's face it, I was in prison for 13 years. So, I mean, I sat down for hours and talked to these guys, and you talk to them and you get to know them. And then after, 10, 20 hours of really spending time with them, you're kind of looking at them and you're like, you didn't have a fucking shot.
Right.
Like you've never had a shot. Like
that's how it was. I mean, when I was in juvie and even county jail, I would say like 80% of the girls is like that. It's like, oh, they don't have there's no chance.
There's no chance. Yeah, you were never good. Like, I don't know what was going to change the outcome of what's happening right now.
It's like so sad. Yeah.
But you were dating a cop. You were dating the finance guy. And they're so tolerant. And which is even shocking.
I know.
I mean, and like in the idea that you're now in this situation in a I know
it's crazy.
A shitty house with a bunch of drug addicts that have stolen all your stuff, and you're reaching out to some tweaker chick you met.
I met in county jail. Yeah, I know.
Do you look back now or do you still kind of say, no, it made sense, I can understand, or do you think to yourself, do you look back now and go? Because I look back on I mentioned this the other day. I look back on me in my 20s and 30s, and I think, whoa,
yeah,
what made you think that was that was the go-to move? And I'm thinking, what? But at the time when I made the decision,
it made sense.
Of course, that's the only move. Of course, that's what I'm going to do.
No, I think even then, because I had, some people. There was always at least, one or two like people in my life who had sense that like weren't living the same life I was living, and they'd be like, I don't understand.
Right. Why
did you do this? Why are you continuing to make this decision? It's like the second boyfriend would always say like, and like, well, I'm married now and it's been well over a decade and we're still like friends. And he's, in a relationship, happy, healthy, everything's good. And he's like, I always like knew that like you didn't want to be a piece of shit. He's like, I knew that you weren't like trying to hurt me, but like, it's like you couldn't see past your own nose. Like you kept making these decisions. And I just knew that you had more sense than that, but it just didn't make sense that you were in this cycle. And so he was like, that's why I never got mad at you, because I knew you weren't a bad person. You were just making these crazy decisions. And I really do believe that like in hindsight, my decisions were really driven by my like substance use disorder. I mean, it was like severe substance use. When I was younger, when I was a kid getting into trouble, I was almost trying to get in trouble. I think it was an attention seeking thing. It was like, like being defiant in class, like almost like attention seeking stuff, like pay attention to me. And maybe that was like correlated to like not having my mom there and my dad not being as present as maybe, I don't know if it was subconsciously correlated to that. I think it probably was. But after juvenile detention and like doing some time as a kid, I was like, getting in trouble is not that cool.
Yeah.
I actually don't want to intentionally get in trouble. And so after that, once I turned 18, like I was really trying genuinely to fly below the radar. Like I'm like, I'll do crime. I really don't want to get caught.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's actually not that cool to like outwardly be getting into trouble. And I just would fall short. I don't know, over and over again. And I think I was just doing whatever I could to survive at the time.
At this point. So
yeah. At this point, I'm like, oh, I don't have a place to live in Dallas. I can't be in the relationship with this person. I also I don't want to be sober. And
more than ever, right? Like now I have no nice house and a cushy place to sleep, and the boyfriend, and now I'm in a shitty area, and like I definitely don't want to be sober here. If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. When you're not resting well, everything else feels harder. Your focus, your mood, even your recovery. GhostBed is here to help you fix that. They've spent decades perfecting how to build a bed that's comfortable, durable, and designed to actually help you rest. Every GhostBed mattress features premier materials, proven cooling technology, and their exclusive ProCore layer, a targeted support system that reinforces the center of the mattress where the body is heaviest. It helps keep your spine aligned and your back supported, so you can wake up ready for anything 2026 throws at you. Each mattress comes with a 101 night sleep trial and a 20 to 25 year warranty, so you can try it risk-free, knowing it's built to last. Shipping is fast and free. Most orders arrive in 2 to 5 days. GhostBed has great prices to begin with, up to 50% off comparable brands. And Inside True Crime listeners can get an extra 10% off site-wide for a limited time. Just go to ghostbed.com/Cox and use promo code Cox at checkout. That's ghostbed.com/Cox, promo code Cox. Upgrade your sleep with GhostBed, the makers of the coolest bed in the world. Some exclusions apply. See site for details. So
Taz and Money Mike.
And Money Mike.
Yeah.
Taz and
they
Money
pick
Mike.
me up, and I
Like,
don't
share, comment,
necessarily
subscribe. Like,
know
share, comment, subscribe.
that Money Mike
What's
is a
going
pimp.
on, man? Talk to me.
Like when he's coming to get me, I don't know right away. And he doesn't give me the full story. I know now that he had just done 10 years. He had just gotten out that week. So he'd done 10 years for pimping and pandering.
Is this a black guy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. But he didn't like tell me what he was in there for. I knew he had just gotten out, but Money Mike had no money when we met, you know. He had previously for sure, but I think when he went into prison, he like lost everything.
Yeah, of course.
But I like catch on pretty quick. I'm not stupid, and I catch on pretty quick like what he's up to and like what his intentions are and what his plan is. And I had never been in a situation like that specifically, but I had been doing some like sex work type stuff in Providence, you know, when I was working as a stripper.
Yeah.
It was not to this level for sure, but at that point, like it's not like I hadn't done something similar.
Right.
And the way that I was looking at it at the time is like, okay, like I need to get some money. I need to like get a house, get a car, like become self-sufficient. I can't do it like bartending because I can't support my habit and pay bills. Like I can't do it bartending. I just can't manage both. So I'm like, how can I make a lot of money as quickly as possible? I had like very little self-respect at the time. I was just like willing to do whatever. And I was also like very like disassociated and like pretty far removed from like my own like experience. I was like, you know, I was willing to do whatever. And so I started to catch on as to like, you know, what he was and who he was and what he was up to. I knew. And I was like, I'll get something from him. He'll get something from me. Like he can teach me the game, whatever. And then I'll take off and run with it. And so, you know, I start prostituting. Yeah.
What is that? Is he telling you like, go to a hotel? Hey, I talked to somebody. I need you to go to this hotel, room 101. Or is it like you're standing on 56 and Bush Boulevard?
Yeah. So, when you're working the streets, not always, but at least in my experience in Texas, there were girls at this time. I'm the only girl because he's fresh out. But later down the road, there's more girls, more hoes, and it really just depends on how the girl looks, how old are they, what's their race, on where he puts them.
Right.
So some of the ones that are a little bit more tore up are the ones, like walking the track. And
we just interviewed a guy named Pimpin' Ken.
Okay.
Pimpin' Ken. He's a famous pimp.
Okay. What did he say? What did he say?
He gave us he kind of gave us the game.
Yeah.
His whether this is true or not, I don't have any reason to not believe him. But one of the things he basically was doing was he was going getting girls, and then they were going to strip clubs, and he was working deals out with the strip clubs to get the guys to run up bills, and then they would get a piece of the bill or get them to, swipe their card and get money to pay that way, and
take them to the casino,
cash out. I mean, it was insane.
And string them
along with the intention of sex. That he made it sound like, but they never really have sex. It may seem like more like a long-term kind of a scam, but
well, so there was definitely all of that. He didn't have any deals with the strip club, but we would go into the clubs and come back and like give him, some of what we would make, all of what we would make, really. But I was not on the track. It was primarily Backpage at that time. So we would have like an out call, which is like a hotel room, right? And at the time it was really like, I don't even think Backpage exists anymore. I remember the time when it went down. And he was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because it was really like you would post, let's say at 6 a.m. That's like a really good time to post, 5:30 a.m., 6. And as soon as you would post, the calls would start coming 1 to 2 minutes later. Hundreds of calls, like hundreds of calls right away. I remember this is like, again, like 13 years ago, probably more than that. You could only post ads using Ethereum or Bitcoin. And at the time, like I didn't have a bank account. Right. So like we would have to go to like a Bitcoin ATM, like put cash in, get the code, put the code for the wallet into Backpage, and then post on back. It was just, it was crazy. But we would get hundreds of calls. I mean, I wouldn't see hundreds of people each day, but it was like people would come in for the 5 or 10 minute visits, but on their way to work, like construction workers and stuff. It was crazy. And then there were some girls who would like walk the track, especially after Backpage went down. But it was a little bit more dangerous, like on the track, and honestly, less money a lot of the time. Like Backpage was so good as far as like money goes. And then after you do that for long enough, eventually there's people that you'll see who are what did they call them? Not Johns. They would call them hobbyists. That was like the internet, like underground term for a trick, right?
Right.
The hobby, that's what it's called. And the hobbyists were not just like a guy who, once a year has a little fun with a prostitute. No, like guys where it is their hobby. This is like what they do for fun. They either see girls very regularly and many different girls, or go to different cities and travel, and like always, in hindsight, they were probably sex addicts. You know what I mean?
Right.
They had a problem. And so once you see one of these guys who's like very enmeshed in this like underworld, right? If they see you and review you there's these other websites that you can't just sign up for. You can't just, sign up like you can for Backpage. It's invite only. So you have to have either an invitation from somebody who's already, on the site, or they have to review you. So if a hobbyist who's on this site, who's been verified, and they verify him because they'll like take a picture of his face, they'll have you take a selfie, and you'll like, at the time, I remember you would have to like write a piece of paper with the date. This is like before AI, it was easy to just edit these things out. And then they would send a picture of their ID, the the hobbyists would, and then they would, use their debit card. All of the things had to match. The face had to match with the selfie, with the date, and with the credit card. Now, I don't know this guy's real name, but the site moderators would be able to verify, okay, this guy is who he says he is. He's paying for the service. And then at that point, once he reviews you, you can use that review as an opportunity to start posting on these sites. These sites are a lot better than Backpage because Backpage is open to the public, right? So like anybody can call, and it could be cops, it could be like violent guys. It's very hard to like verify who you're going to see to keep yourself safe. And I didn't know how to post. I didn't know how to like do any of these things. And so like Money Mike is the one who kind of like put me on game on how all these things, what to look for, what to say, what not to say, all these other like alternative sites that aren't like well known to people. And so I end up getting a review eventually from one of these sites. And essentially the review says, she had a decent alcohol. She looks how she says she was. She did what she said she was going to do, and she didn't rob me.
Right.
Which once you do that, you'll have to burn your whole name and identity, and you'll have to start all over again. It's actually not a good look if you're like a hoe and you have a pimp to like rob tricks. It's not good at all.
No.
Yeah. So
not a lot of repeat customers.
Totally. Exactly.
So what are you, real quick, like what are you charging?
In the beginning, probably not very much at the time. Maybe like for like a quick visit, it was like maybe $75 or $100 or something like that. But again, it depends on the girl.
Right. Once you're on this site, what are the?
That's when I start making a lot more money.
Oh, okay.
So once you get on one site and you get that one review, and then you're verified and they finally let you in.
Do other people start reviewing also? Did they connect to that? And there's like 6 or 8 or 10. Okay.
Yeah. And so some of these hobbyists are like well known in these communities. You know what I mean?
It's like a whole underworld.
So if they review a girl, like their review is seen as being like, very like valuable, right? And once you get on one of these review sites, you can get on the other ones too. And you can use your verification from that initial site to get on these other ones. So
you're in a way better spot as far as you're not concerned about showing up and it's a police officer now. Like
a lot less likely,
right.
like 90%
right.
Less sketchy. I wouldn't say 100%. But yeah, a lot less likely. And also, when you're on these sites, it also gives you an opportunity to talk to other girls. They call them providers. A verified provider is somebody who's like been reviewed and verified and like all of that stuff. So when you're talking to other verified providers, you can share information on like certain people to avoid. Oh, anybody who's calling from this phone number or emailing from this, don't see them. They won't visit you, or they're a time waster. Or, I had a really weird call with this guy from this phone number. I think he might be law enforcement, that kind of thing. So you're like suddenly like communicating, and there's ways to also like verify some of the guys that you're going to see. And the other side of it too is some of the guys who are reaching out to see you, they're willing to pay a lot more money because they know what they're getting. And they're also willing to give you more personal information so you can make sure that they are who they say you are to keep yourself safe.
Right.
Whereas on Backpage, they're like pretty unwilling to give you most information. So I'm in a much better spot now for sure, but nonetheless still, doing sex work.
Right. How long does this go on?
With Money Mike.
Yeah, I guess, because I'm assuming Money Mike is the whole time. No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So Money Mike, once you get on the site,
No,
are you connected with him on the site?
No, having a pimp when you're a provider is not a good thing. So
Okay.
You don't want people to know that.
Okay.
Yeah, typically, even when they do inherently, like they pretend like they don't.
Right.
They don't want to know that. They really don't. So they don't want you to be under management, right?
Man, these terms.
Yeah. And so I am still with him. We have like a really nice loft in Dallas. There's other girls now. We're all like living in this house. I'm making pretty good money. I also have like a bunch of regulars. So I'm not seeing like as many people. It's like very regular people. And some of it, there isn't any like sex involved. It's really like at this point, I have people who have seen me enough who like will pay me to go on a trip with them.
Right.
It's like more like GFE or girlfriend experience type stuff.
Right.
So it's like become a little bit more high end. And at this point, I know the game. Like, I kind of like know what I need to do. I know how to make money. I know how to stay safe. He's not like following me as closely. Like if he knows I'm going to see a certain person at a certain time, like he already knows that person. He knows where I'm going. He knows that, I've been seeing them for a year and a half, every week. And he trusts me now. Like I'm more reliable. Like he trusts me to like give him money. He's like letting me keep a little bit of money, which is like not typical. And none of the other girls at that time, at least, were doing that. And so I start getting like resentful because I'm like, I'm making a lot of money. I'm working really hard. And like, he's not really having to like motivate me to like go hustle. And like all these other.
What is he doing? So what's he doing for the money other than?
At this point, nothing.
Right.
That's the point. Like at this point, I cannot see the value in this thing. I'm like, I make enough money now. Like I'm already verified. I make enough money now where I could pay my own bills. And like,
especially if I got rid of him.
Yeah. And also like, he wouldn't like let me get a car. And I was like, what am I, like 10 years old? Like this is because he wanted to keep control is like really what it was. But, and the biggest thing is these other girls were not like, they were not working like I was working. And so I felt like I was like feeding the whole family because I was. And I was also, again, still like, I talk about this like very matter of factly and like, it feels like another life a little bit. You know what I mean? It really does. And I know how crazy it is and how fucked up it is. I'm not discounting that, but it's just like what my reality was at the time. So I guess I talk about it in that way because it just is what it is. It's not how I live today, but like, it was just like very much an alternate universe. And I was very like deeply enveloped in like the experience that I was having at that time. Like, this was my life. This was like the culture. Like, I was like also kind of like brainwashed, which is kind of what goes with like being a pimp, you know what I mean? It like starts with like, being really sweet and nice. And then it's like a control thing. And then by the time like, you're like so deeply enveloped. Like he had my ID, my birth certificate, my social security number. Like he had my phone was connected. It was on his phone plan. The apartment was like under his name. Like everything was his, the car. Like I had really, truly in the grand scheme of things, nothing. But I was able to like open a secret, like prepaid bank account. And I started like taking some of the money he would let me keep and putting it in that account. And I was like making a plan to leave. And I knew he was not going to let me leave. So one night he was out with a couple fresh turnouts. So a couple girls that, were like, kind of like new. He was, taking them on calls and all this stuff. And they had just like posted an ad. So they would like go have a drink, post an ad. And then like the phones would just start ringing. And then like whenever they would get like a guy who was like serious, gave an address, was able to provide some kind of verification, he would like take off and take one girl there. And then if there was another one that was close by, he would take her there and they would come, he was running around. And I told him I had like a regular, and we never were really allowed to have people at the house, at our own house. We would always like have a hotel room or something. But this guy had been seeing for a long time. He almost became like a sugar daddy, right? Like he like bought all the furniture in the house and like that kind of thing. And so I'm like, hey,
what is she
don't
talking
come
about?
back to the house. Don't like, because the Muslims here, that's what we call them, because he was Muslim. And he said, okay, no problem. Because he like knows this dude. And
was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just trying to keep him from coming back.
Well, I was trying to keep him from coming back. So the Muslim knew about Money Mike. He knew about the pimp. He knew like all the things that were going on. And he was like kind of like one of those like to be treated like shit and told what to do type of guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so he was there, and I also had another regular there. And, these are my friends, and I pack up all my shit. And I had one of my tricks had bought pretty much everything in the house. Like everything was mine. I was at 80% of it, like the bed, the couch, like the silverware, everything. Right. I didn't take everything. I didn't take the bed or anything. Because I looked at it like this when I was leaving at the time. Yeah, I had a pimp. He definitely was controlling and like using me for money. And like, but in a sense, when I got into it, I was also like using him. And like, he was not great, but it could be a lot worse.
Right.
You know, he wasn't like beating me or like raping me or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I really don't want to be in this anymore with him or these girls. But I also like, I don't want to like totally fuck them over either. So I like left the bed and I left some of the stuff, but I like took all my shit, and the Muslim and that other client helped me move everything out. And one of them had gotten a U-Haul, and we like packed everything up in like 2-3 hours, like just threw it into this U-Haul truck, and I like took off.
So you already had rented an apartment?
No. So I had a hotel room already rented. I pretty much had one all the time. And there's like certain hotels where they kind of like know what you're up to, and like they don't give a shit. And so I already had a hotel room rented. I didn't have an ID or any of that stuff, for like a regular debit card or credit card. I only had that prepaid card. It didn't work at a lot of places.
Right.
But I already had this hotel room. And so I was just paying cash every day for this hotel room. But the problem with that is he knew where the hotel room was. And so like I got a new phone, and I was able to get into all my accounts and change my passwords before he even knew I was gone. And I was like staying at this hotel. And he would like drive by, check on me, but he like couldn't get into the room, you know?
What? All your stuff's in a U-Haul. Are you paying for the U-Haul?
No, I had one of those
unit.
two guys. Yeah, let me store all their stuff in the garage.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the two guys. So I had all that stuff there, and my plan was just to like come up, like stack my chips, make some money. And I'm making a lot of money at this point. I'm making hundreds of dollars an hour, you know?
So what is this like a week? What are you making a week or a month?
I mean,
$5,000?
probably more than that. No, definitely more than that.
8 or 9?
I would get $500 to $600 for 2 hours.
Right, but you're not working 8 hours a day.
No, I would see 1 or 2 people.
Okay.
You know,
So
or sometimes I would just see one person for 12 or 24 hours, and like I wouldn't do anything for the next like 2-3 days. So I was probably making like, I don't know, 7,000 to 8,000. I had a raging drug habit though.
Right.
So I was probably spending like half of that on drugs, but I made a lot of money pretty quickly. And within a month of being in that hotel room, I was able to like buy a car cash. So I bought like, I think it was like $16,000-$17,000 car.
Right.
Okay. And then I maybe like 2 to 3 weeks after that, I like moved into my own apartment.
Okay. So within a month, you're kind of
month and a half. Yeah.
Month and a half, you're kind of straight. Like,
yeah, I was working at a strip club at the same time as well. But Money Mike had like called and pretended to be a patron.
Got you fired?
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, he totally did. He was like having people pose as tricks and trying to reach out to me. Like he was like definitely trying to like make sure I failed. It was like, I was a renegade, right?
Yeah,
I was like a girl who went off and is like actually being successful without him, which like isn't good for business for him, especially when the other girls see, you know, he's flagging my ads, all that stuff. He like called and said, oh, this girl, you know, so-and-so robbed me at the club, which he taught me never to like rob tricks. And I knew it wasn't good for business. So I never did that. So I was like, it was him.
Yeah. Yeah. He's trying to set you up for failure. So you come back with your tail between your legs and say,
exactly.
Can I come back?
Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't do that though.
Right.
And so I'm just doing it on my own, and I'm making even more money now because I'm like traveling all over because I don't have him like controlling my movement. And so I'm like going to California, and I'm going to Houston, I'm going to Austin, I'm coming to Florida. I'm like all over the country, Boston, New York. And when you travel, you make even more money. This is like, you're like a hot commodity, limited time only.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. And yeah, so
how long does this go on?
Probably about 2 or 3 years. I'm all over the place, and
2 or 3 years. I mean, well, no, I was going to say you should have stacked up some money, but you've got a drug habit.
Yeah, I mean, I did have money, but I didn't have it in normal places. I had like cash and like Bitcoin when it was like 14, like, but it was like I had like the actual wallet where you needed the code, like, you know how it'll have like 15 different words. And so like all of it's gone. There's probably a lot of money in a Bitcoin account someplace that I don't even know how to access, right? Because I'm like, yeah, I'm on drugs. I'm all over the place. But eventually I end up coming to Los Angeles. And financially, I am doing pretty well. I'm pretty comfortable. And I come to Los Angeles, I come to visit, and I come to see actually like a trick, honestly, for a couple weeks. And he like puts me up someplace and he's like paying me really well. He's like an ex-NFL player. And I had met him in Texas, and I'm supposed to only be with him for a week. And I decided to extend and stay 2 weeks and like stay for the other week on my own. And I brought in a bunch of like ice and H with me, and I run out because I end up extending the trip. And I have just like a really like insane habit at this point, because I'm making so much money. And the more money I make, the higher my habit gets because I can sustain it. And it's so easy for me to just, I can in 2 hours make my rent. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or even if I can't, sometimes there's guys that I can just call and they'll pay it. It's like, and I just have a really insane, substance use habit. And so I end up staying for another week. And what ends up happening is do you remember when they had the shared Ubers? Do you know, like you could order an Uber and it would be like a shared ride, like with another person?
Can't you still do that?
I don't know. Maybe. I know they ended it during COVID, but maybe they started it again. I don't take Ubers that often
I always
anymore.
see one like it's share ride or something.
yeah.
It's like I'm almost positive you can still do it. I never do it because I think I don't want to share an Uber with somebody.
Right. Well, I did that when I was in LA, and I had a phone, and my phone, the case was the wallet, so it had like my ID and my debit card and credit cards in it.
Yeah, on the back of it.
Yeah. And whoever was in the car took it. I mean, they stole my phone, and so they stole my wallet. Yeah, never take a shared Uber ride again. And I was supposed to leave like the next day. It was around Christmas time. It was like right before Christmas, and I was supposed to fly straight from LA to New England to see my family. And I lose my ID, lose the debit card, lose the credit card, lose the phone. I can't even post ads because I can't answer calls because I don't have a phone. And the only way to get into my email is through my phone number. It can't be another phone number. And I can't get a new debit card delivered to me because they'll only deliver it to my home address, which is in Dallas, right? So I can't go to the bank because I don't have an ID. So I'm like in this situation where I like can't get money, and I can't even get a hotel room, right? And I don't really know anybody in LA. I have some family in Los Angeles, but I'm definitely not going to call them because they didn't even know I was there and like what I was doing. So I'm not calling them. And I need to get substances. I'm starting to not feel so good. And so just like in any city, like if you're looking to cop, where do you go? I go to Skid Row. That's the obvious choice if you're looking to get high. And I go to Skid Row and I meet this guy, Martine, who speaks like no English. And this was maybe 2 days before I had lost my wallet. He gets me some drugs. Everything's good to go. He's in this like trap house motel called the Hollywood Inn Deluxe. And when I lose my wallet 2 days later and I'm stuck, I don't know where else to go except to Martine's, who speaks no English. And I like knock on the door at 2 a.m. and he's like, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, I'm stuck. Can I stay here? And he's like, doesn't really say anything because he can't speak that much English, and he just like lets me in, and I end up staying there for like a month, and he wasn't creepy at all. He like didn't want anything from me. He was like really nice. Turns out he spoke more English than he initially, let on. But I ended up like staying there for a month, like getting my money up and like figuring out. And my plan is always to go back to Dallas. I have an apartment in Dallas, and I just kind of get like wrapped into like the streets in LA, and I'm in like MacArthur Park in Skid Row. And you mentioned that you've been to Skid Row, but MacArthur Park is like an area right next to Skid Row in downtown LA. It's like mostly like gang, homeless. It's an extension of Skid Row. and that's where I'm staying with Martine. And I end up kind of being introduced to these like gang member guys. And I kind of get involved with them. I'm like hanging out with one of them, copping drugs, spending time with them, just, doing weird crime stuff. They're stealing cars. They're like, they like had certain blocks, and they would go from tent to tent to like, like collect their like it was like all kinds of weird stuff. And then the crash unit, the gang unit's following us, and I'm doing ice, and I'm becoming more and more paranoid. And with my paranoia, it's like oftentimes is grounded in some form of reality, but then it gets to a place where it's like way more grandiose. And I take off to Vegas because things are getting too crazy, and I'm like paranoid that like the cops are coming, which I think they were coming. I mean, they were all out on bail, and then they would get arrested with guns and drugs, and then they would just let them out again as long as they continue to make their court dates. They would let them rebond and rebond and rebond. And
what year is this?
9 years ago.
Okay.
In 2017. And I ended up going to Vegas to like get away from them because I'm like kind of having like psychotic breaks, and one of them ends up going to prison for life, and then the other one is still out when I come back. And I had met some guys, also gang members, but not quite as chaotic as these dudes, who were, crossing drugs over the border, and people. And I had met them because I would go get H, and at this point it was like opiates at this corner on Skid Row, at like a tent, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing fancy. But I was coming with a decent amount of money because I was making a lot of money at the time. And so I was getting like more than they hold at a corner in a tent in Skid Row. Right. You know what I mean? And I was consistently like going back and picking up on a consistent basis. So it got to a point like they knew me, they know what I want. And they would have to oftentimes go and get the quantity that I wanted and come back. And so that happened for long enough that at a certain point, whoever they were getting it from was like, just bring her straight to me.
Right.
And I end up going to this like loft apartment in downtown LA. It's like on the top floor of this.
I thought she was on some Bitcoin.
Eventually, and I meet this this guy, and I start just getting it directly from him, and he's involved in like counterfeiting, again, like transporting over the border. He's like working with, the cartel, like he's selling like very large quantities of drugs. And I'm consistently picking up from him, and I'm just doing it for myself, but I'm getting a lot because I have a big habit, and it just didn't make sense to me to go back and forth every single day. So I would like get like a week's worth for myself, or like 2 weeks worth. And then I start picking up more because he's giving it to me at such a cheap price. I would pick it up for like 3 or 4 other people that were selling it themselves. So again, I'm kind of like middlemaning, but I'm making so much money at the time as a sex worker, and the risk was so much lower that my goal was not really to be like a drug dealer. Like right. I didn't want to be a drug dealer because like the risk versus reward financially was just not there. I'm like, the risk is higher and the reward is like lower, I think I'll just do it a little bit, right? I'll pay for my own shit and
distribute to other people, which makes you a drug dealer.
Right. Totally.
Whether you make any money or
In
not.
my mind,
Even if you lost money on the deal, that's
totally.
not the cops would be like, yeah.
Well, I was making money for sure, but not a lot. It wasn't like my main goal, right? It was like almost like a side thing. And so I'm doing this, and like, you know, I'm like this white girl around like a bunch of like Mexicans, and like I'm coming, and I'm very consistent. Again, I'm consistent. I come, I have the money, I leave. Nothing weird happens. And so I start to get to know some of these guys. The like main guy, he doesn't use any drugs. He is like for sure like a gang member. But like has kids, is like kind of like, it's like he has a whole operation going. And they asked me if I'd be interested in transporting drugs over the border. And I'm like,
no.
Yeah, I tell them no.
Yeah.
I tell them no. I'm like, nah. First offense, I'll get at least 10 years, right?
Yeah,
and I'll do 80% of my time. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it. Because honestly, I also was like, how much money is this worth? And like, to just cross, it's not worth that much money. It's like, depending on what you're crossing, you're likely going to be making like $500 a kilo.
Yeah.
And so the only way that you're making a lot of money is if you're crossing a lot of kilos.
Yeah.
And if you're crossing a lot of kilos, the likeliness of you getting caught is like infinitely higher. And even still, like the money's like not that great.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? I was making good money. I didn't.
Yeah,
really,
10 keys. I'm making $5,000. Like that's
not worth
nothing. Like, what are you talking about?
Totally. I was making more than that, and the risk was a lot lower for me. So I'm like, no, I'm good. And they kind of keep asking me, they're like, come on, you know, you should do it. I'm like, I'm good. And then maybe a month or two later, they're like, what about people? And I was like, well, how much money? That was like my first question. Cause at this time there were periods of time in the past where I had like tried to get sober and like get my life together, like attempts, obviously failed attempts. But at this point, for that like 5-year period between like Money Mike and to now,
like, share, comment, subscribe.
25 years old. There was no attempts at sobriety. I had like kind of given myself into like, this is like the life that I'm going to live. I'm probably going to die young and I'm going to die this way, and that's fine. And so it was like always kind of like more money, more drugs, or like more chaos, like to almost feel something. It was almost like I had like gotten to a place of like being like numb to all the chaos. You know what I mean? If you can believe, like the life I was living had gotten like almost like mundane in certain ways to me. And so I'm like, all right, I might be like willing to do that. Gang members are not always honest about things. So they're like, oh, it's no big deal. Like if they catch you, they'll just like cite you out and like let you go because it's a first offense. Now,
yeah, I
yeah. And I'm like, all right, I'd be willing to do that. And the truth is, at least in Los Angeles, like, or California, which is like a border to Mexico, for a long time they did do that.
Okay.
So if you talk to like some of the OG gangsters who were like involved in all this like 20, 30 years ago, a lot of the time your first offense, they would just be like, if they couldn't tie you to like a bigger indictment, they'd just be like, all right, get the fuck out of here. Don't let it happen again. And then if it happens again, you'll go in. But it's not like that today. And I also I didn't consider the political climate, right? I wasn't exactly in touch with like, you know, current events, but they told me that like, oh, they'll probably just let you out. And like worst case scenario, you'd maybe do a year and a day. And I'm like, okay, fine. And it was also more money than drugs. It was worth a lot more money.
Right.
So,
well, how is that working? Like, what do you mean people? Like
illegal immigrants?
No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, are we talking about like two people and we're just driving and nobody like, hey, we're all together, we're just friends, like we?
Oh yeah.
Or is it like they're hidden in a vehicle or something?
They're hidden. Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes it was just 2 or 3, but the time I got caught, there was 4. But you don't want them to be in sight.
Right.
You 100% will get caught if they're in sight, which is it's the reason I got caught for sure. Cause I had one in the passenger seat because I couldn't fit them all in my trunk on the last run that I did. So I end up going to, so I'm going down to San Diego. And it was like a twofer for me. I can always make money when I'm in a new city. So I would like go down and I would do what I was doing, you know, as far as like escorting stuff. And I would go down with this other guy who's involved with all these, you know, gang member dudes. And him and I would drive down, stay in a hotel room. He knew the people on the other side of the border. They would come and like meet us and they would give me like they would essentially tell me the morning of like what route I was taking, right? So they would like be like, okay, you're gonna go here, you're gonna go here, you're gonna go here. There were a few times where I used their car, but it's always a bad idea to use their car. So the guy I was with, who I was like homies with, he's like, don't use their car again.
Mhm.
Because a lot of time they'll put like drugs in there and they won't tell you, you know what I mean? Like you never really know what you're like crossing. He's like, use your car. Cause he had, you know, done all this before. And so I'm using my car and I have like a Mercedes at the time. And I don't know if they had like a tracker on me or like on the car. They could have. I have no idea. Not that I was aware of though. But when I would see them like before a run, because I would usually go down for about a week and I would do like 3, 4, 5 runs. Then I would like go back up to LA for 3 weeks. And then I would like come down again and I would do, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs. And then I would go, you know, I would do it like every like 2 to 3 weeks. And I would have like a Bluetooth headphone in my ear and they would tell me the route the morning of, and then they would guide me like in my ear. You don't want the phone up to your head because it's just a red flag, right?
Right. Well, how much were you getting paid?
Yeah. So if I just brought them from the pickup point to like an address or a stash house, it was like $2,500
Per person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So 7,500 for 3 people.
Yeah. And I would do like 4 or 5 runs. If I brought them to my hotel, because usually you bring them to your hotel, sometimes you would, they would like shower, you give them food, water, you know what I mean? Like they like traveled through the desert and hid in a bush for God knows how long. And then you would sometimes take them to Los Angeles. And when you take them to Los Angeles, you would meet their family members and like do the money exchange. Because they don't pay until they're across the border.
Right.
Because they get caught all the time.
Yeah.
You know? So if I did the exchange, then it was like $5,500. So it was a lot more money, but it was also a lot more risk because they didn't necessarily want to pay. The family always was like, they were going to pay.
Yeah.
But sometimes the individuals themselves like would try and run off, but they didn't have a phone that even worked in the United States. They weren't like really getting far, but you kind of had to like sit on them. So, but I was usually with that other person anyways. I wasn't like by myself entirely. I would do the run by myself.
Right.
But he was like always at the hotel. So I would have them in my ear and they'd be like guiding me. They'd be like, okay, where are you now? You know, take this right, take this left, take this right, take this left. Do you see anything? Blah, 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 blah. And then I would get to a point where I would be like at a bush or something on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. And they'd be like, okay, are you on this road? In 300 feet, you're going to see a tree on the left side. When you see that tree, you're probably going to lose service. And when you lose service, like take a right and then slow down. And then like the service area would drop, like the cell service. They like knew where I was. And I would like slow down and then like a couple of illegal immigrants would come out of a bush with blankets on their feet.
Slow down, pop your trunk, drive it 5 miles an hour. And Juan and Pablo are going to jump in the back.
100%. Yeah. And they would jump in well, sometimes they would try to get in the passenger seat and you'd be like, no. And so you'd put them in the trunk always just to get through secondary. Yeah. And then you would put them in the car, you know? But yeah, they would always have blankets on their feet because so they would, and they always smell like onions too. They would like come through Mexico in onion trucks a lot of the time.
Okay.
So like when they were getting to the actual border, they'd come through on onion trucks. And then I think they would use the blankets at night when it was cold. And then when they were closer to the border, I think they would put blankets on their feet for tracks because they were walking.
For tracks?
I have no idea. They would always have blankets on their feet.
They don't have shoes? Or
They would have shoes and then blankets on top of the shoes tied to their feet.
Maybe to not leave
tracks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry if
right.
I didn't explain that well. I was like, yeah, I think that's the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, none of them really spoke English, and I speak like very little Spanish. So like we weren't like talking much. But yeah, they would come, they would have the blankets on your feet. So you would want them to take the blankets off like ASAP.
Yeah.
Because red
Looks
flag.
odd. Yeah.
Yeah. And you would, you know, put them in the trunk and then you would turn around and the people who are in Mexico somewhere, you know, they're like calling to see when the service is picking back up. So they'll be from the moment the cell service drops, they're calling over and over again to see when it picks back up. Because when it picks back up, they know where you're at. I also am pretty sure that like they had like people at the border, both on the Mexican side and the United States side, like in like ranching houses or something.
Watching.
Yeah, for sure. Cause they always knew exactly where I was.
Yeah.
So it was like tracker or like they always knew where I was and I don't really know how, but they definitely did. And so they would be calling. And then as soon as service picks back up, they know exactly where you are. And so they're like, okay, do you see anything? How many people are there? What's going on? Be chill. You know what I mean? And like, don't talk to me. Like, listen to me, but don't talk. And then I would just drive through secondary and then they would usually just wave me through. Yeah. They didn't even stop me, like, because I wasn't crossing the actual border. I was going to like the border.
Yeah. You'd already crossed the border.
I wouldn't cross it. No.
Oh, you're just picking them up on this side and driving them through secondary so that you can, so now you're in the, now you're just free range. You can just go anywhere.
Right. So like there's somebody else that brings them all the way to the Mexican-American border.
Right.
And then like I'm on the United States side and I pick them up. I'll pick them up like right at the border.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so I didn't have to go through like customs because I hadn't crossed. So it would just be like a checkpoint. And
how many times did you do this and before you got caught?
I don't know, a lot. I don't even know how many. I was probably doing it for like less than a year.
Okay.
Probably more than 6 months. So like somewhere in between there. And yeah, I would just make a bunch of money, you know, cash money. And then I would like go back to LA. And it was like pretty easy. It got to a point where it was like, they were just like waving me through. They wouldn't even push me to secondary and look at my ID. They would just like see me, see my car, wave me through. But I was usually picking up like 2 people. I was like the average number, sometimes 3, but usually 2. And I would just do multiple runs. Usually I would take 2 or 3 people and they would start calling me over and over again. And then as soon as the service would pick up, they would know where I was at. And so they'd be like listening in my ear. The last time that I did a run, I was greedy. I showed up at the little bush, whatever bush or, you know, wherever I was, because it was always different every time. And they wouldn't tell me till the morning of like where I was going. And 4 people ran out. And I'm in like, I don't even remember what kind of Mercedes, but it was like an older one. And it's like not a big car, it's a sedan. And I put 3 of the immigrants, the aliens, in the trunk. And I looked at all of them, and one of them in my mind, my like delusional, drug addicted mind, looked less like a do you know what a paisa is?
Yeah.
Okay. Less like a paisa, you know, like a Mexican from Mexico than the other 3. You know, he was like younger. He was probably like 19, 20 years old. He definitely looked Mexican, like very Mexican. But in my mind, he looked less Mexican than the other ones.
But you'd also had such good luck in this.
I had gone super cocky. And also like the people that I was like running running for. They were like hyping me up. They're like, you're good. Like you're a goal. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like, you're like all-star, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a delusional, drug addicted all-star for smuggling immigrants. But I will say too, like driving the Mercedes at the time, I had like blonde hair and like even on drugs because my like main job was being like a high-end escort at this time. Like I always like was like dressed well,
Yeah.
you know?
You don't look anything like the people that they expect.
Exactly.
So you said, Pedro, get in here.
Exactly. I think actually the one in the passenger seat, his name was Jorge. I did ask his name, and I'm like, okay, you know, get in the front seat. And I had like, you know, sunglasses, and I gave him a pair of sunglasses, and I had an iced coffee because it was like 6 a.m. It was Friday the 13th, I remember. And I gave him my iced coffee. And then I was like smoking cigarettes still at that time, like my Newport 100. And I like gave him a cigarette because like in my mind, this made him look more American.
Yeah.
Cigarette, sunglasses, and a nice coffee, which arguably probably did a little bit. And as soon as it picks up, right, they call me and they're like, where are you? You know, how many do you have? What's going on? And I tell them and they're like, just drop them off. He's like, the people in Mexico are like, just drop like at least one off. Like we'll get them on the next run because they're doing runs, 24/7 all the time. And I'm like, no, it's all good because it's my last run for that week. I want to make more money, you know, and I've just gotten greedy and I've already like done a couple runs this week. I have a bunch of cash at the hotel room. And another thing that they would always tell you is do not bring anything with you. Don't bring a joint. Don't bring any pot. Don't bring any blood. Don't bring anything with you. Like do it before and do it after. Like they do not get high before you go on these trips. They would just, they didn't want you using any substances or having any on you. And I didn't listen to that ever. And I never had. I always had something on me because I was, you know, I couldn't go 5 minutes without getting loaded. So like I would be like on the drive there, you know, to, you know, the border on the highway, you know, driving with my knees, smoking Newports, you know, hitting, you know, pieces off the foil. You know, I was always still doing it because I don't listen. And they're like, just drop them off. And I was like, no, it's good. And they're like, all right, listen, it's on you. Like, maybe you'll get through. You're an all-star. You know what I mean? Like, all right, fine. And so I take all 4 and I'm coming up to secondary and I still have them in my ear on Bluetooth. And even the kid in the passenger seat, Jorge, was like, he doesn't want to get caught. He wants to get across. He's like, no, I'll get out. And I'm like, no, it's okay. You know, stay. And he's like, all right, fine. And I come up to secondary and this time around, they like stop me and they're like, and usually I don't get put to secondary. They let me just keep going straight through the checkpoint. They're like, just wave you through, you know? But this time they're like, no. And they point to the secondary lane. And I'm like,
that's not good.
I literally say out loud and they're in my ear. I'm like, I'm burnt. And they're like, all right, don't say nothing. Like, just let us listen. And I go to the secondary and like, I'm so out of my mind again at 6 a.m. Friday morning. I accidentally like continue to go forward rather than to the right. And you see the border patrol, like, ah! They think I'm trying to run. I'm like, oh, sorry. And I end up reversing out. Right. And I pull into the secondary and I'm just like total hot mess. And, they stop me and I have like this elaborate story. They have these like they have a yacht show every year in San Diego. And I'd already like thought about, you know, what my story would be. Oh, I'm here for the yacht show. I'm picking up my boyfriend and I have like my hand around him and I'm like, you know, pretending that like we're in a relationship. And he's like, you know, this super young, you know, Hispanic gentleman who speaks 0 English and has a pair of women's sunglasses on and a nice coffee and a cigarette in his hand. And so the Border Patrol agent is like, okay, where are you going? Where are you coming from? And I have this like pretty dialed in story, actually, pretty elaborate. And he's like, okay. He's like, what about you, sir? Well, how are you today? And the guy he just blinks at him. He doesn't speak any English.
Right.
You know, he doesn't say a word. And the Border Patrol agent looks at me. He's like, oh, he doesn't speak any English. And I'm like, oh yeah, his English is not that good. And most of the Border Patrol agents, especially there, they speak Spanish.
Yeah.
So they start talking to him in Spanish. And he doesn't rat me out.
Right.
He doesn't say anything. But they're like, ma'am, do you mind if we take a look in the car? And I'm like, actually, you need a warrant for that. And they're like, actually, we don't. So just pull over. And what we're going to do is we're going to have you and him get out and just stand over here. We're just going to have the dogs do a little walk around. Right. And I'm like in high heels and a dress. And I have like a full face of makeup on, like too much makeup for sure. And I also have shit on me too.
Right.
But it's already, safe where no one can find it. And they have the dogs do a walk around, and then they alert at the trunk,
Yeah.
And I think also too, one of the things that you would do, which I didn't do because I was expecting only to pick up 2, is a lot of the time you'll inflate the tires more so in the back, so it's less obvious because you can see the weight, if you're looking at a vehicle. And they're like, oh, it's in the trunk, and they open the trunk, and then there's 1 Mexican, 2 Mexican, 3 Mexican pop out, and the 3 are sitting right there, and me and Jorge are standing on the other side of the car, and they like start asking those guys,
You go, that's crazy. You didn't say.
I don't say anything. I don't say anything. I knew at this point that like I was burnt. And they start asking those 3 like paisas like what's going on, and this a lot of the time what they do is they'll say whatever they need to say to try and stay. They don't want to go back.
Right.
And so they're like, she forced us in here, gave this crazy story, like she's tortured us.
This crazy white woman.
Yeah. And they're like, and they totally throw me under the bus and some, you know what I mean? And they're like, you're going to prison. And in my mind, right, I really genuinely believe still at this point that they're going to question me and then they're going to let me out. Like, I really believe that, genuinely. And so they bring me into custody. They bring me to the Pine Valley, like, Border Patrol station. I'm, like, kicking, but I'm in, like, a room where there's cameras, so I can't, like, do any of the stuff I have on me. And eventually they, like, bring me in, like, 2 agents to talk to me. And the first thing they ask me is, like, oh, do you want to make any phone calls? Like, do you want to get in your phone? I'm like, no, I'm not letting them in my phone because I'm thinking about all the things that are in my phone. Like, not only is this all this stuff that I've been doing, but all these people I've been involved with, selling stuff and like middlemaning and also like the sex works. I mean, all of it. I'm like, oh my God, there's so much crime in there. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like they had told me that if you ever get caught and they ask to go on your phone, don't let them, like, if they have to, they'll get a warrant,
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, do you want to go on your phone? I'm like, no. And I'm kind of like defiant. And they're like, well, do you want to talk to us? I was like, I want a fucking lawyer, and they were like pissed. They were like, you're going to fucking prison. And I still was like, sure. You know what I mean? Sure. I'm going to prison. And they put me back into the holding cell, and I spent maybe 2 or 3 days there. And then because I told them I was like withdrawing, they sent me to the hospital for maybe 2 days. Because they had like a contract, like the feds had a contract with like some shitty hospital. And so I was there with like a US Marshal for a day or 2. And then I went to MCC in San Diego. And I was like, I'm going to prison. I'm like, they're serious. Yeah. And I'm like regretting all of the choices. Like, I shouldn't have done that last run. I shouldn't have brought 4 people. I probably would have been fine had I just stuck with 2 or maybe even 3. I would have been fine. Like, what was I thinking? I should have talked to those people when they pulled me in. You know what I mean? I'm like, what? This is the worst. And I do the rest of what I have left, and I really start like withdrawing while I'm in prison. It's almost a week later, like that's when it gets really, really severe because I'd been such a long run. I like fall off the top bunk. I have a seizure. I hit my head. A couple months, I'm like cross-eyed. I don't know why. They took me to like UCSD, which is like where the trauma unit is. I spent like 2 weeks there with like a US Marshal and my little like, they called them minions because it was like the yellow jumpsuits that like button up. So it looked like those little minions. I'm in the minion. I'm like cuffed to to the hospital bed with like marshals with me 24/7. They like can't figure out what happened after hitting my head and why I'm cross-eyed. It's like, it's all chaos. And I end up being sentenced to 36 months. I'm supposed to do 30 months. And, you know, they moved
30 months because of good time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'll probably end up
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
And so I'm at MCC for a while, and then they moved me to another federal facility, Otay Mesa, and then they moved me to another one, Santa Ana, and you know, they move you around before you finally land in prison. And COVID happens, and I've been in for like 18 months at this point, and I wasn't on an indictment because I didn't talk to them. I didn't like rat anybody out or anything like that. I just they started releasing a bunch of girls who had like nonviolent offenses, which I've been in and out of county jail. I've been to state prison. You'll get out early in like state prison or county jail, like on good time, or like they'll drop charges. That happens all the time. People are coming in and out. But as you probably know, like you don't get out early in the feds. Like you do your time.
No, unless but for COVID, they were.
Right. Exactly. So I remember the first girl who got released, this girl, we called her Chicken because she looked like Chicken Little, the cartoon. and Chicken went down to Zoom. We didn't even know what Zoom was at the time. You know what I mean? It wasn't a thing before COVID, right? And we're in prison, so we're like totally removed from like what's happening in the world. And she gets out that day, and she was like a super young girl who would like potentially unknowingly cross drugs, like bought a car in Mexico type deal. Who knows though? That they all have the same story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They all have the same story, which is the funniest thing, because usually the people that they're working for give them the story to tell the cops. And so when people come in, they all have the exact same story, and you're like,
yeah,
all right, sure. Oh, it was, you know, my car broke down in Mexico, and I bought this car, and and it had kilos of, you know, blow in the door. I'm like, that's crazy. Jennifer too. Also, yes. So Chicken, it was super young. She was not about that life. She was not an addict. She wasn't like a criminal. And we're like, oh, she's telling for sure. She's got out the same day that she did this like imaginary Zoom unicorn court. And we're like, she's telling for sure. And then the next day, another 2 or 3 girls who weren't on indictments and didn't have violent offenses or like known gang affiliation, they same thing, and they get out that day, like within an hour of going to this court.
But they're coming back telling you, hey, I had a Zoom with my lawyer or whoever, a judge.
Yeah.
And because I'm nonviolent, they're gonna let me out. Me out.
Yeah. So now we believe it. At first we were like, Chicken's telling, you know what I mean? But then it's like, it's happening every single day. Right. And there's no movement. Nobody's coming in. The few people that do come in, they're having to quarantine for like 30 days because this is before the test. This is like height of like COVID lockdown. Right.
You've already done how much time?
18 months. Yeah.
It's not like they didn't get some time out of you.
No, they did. They for sure did. They definitely got some time out of me.
I don't think another year is going to change it.
No,
Doesn't gonna change anything for you. So.
I don't think so. I mean, also too, because I'd been in and out of just like the system since I was a kid. I like knew how to do time.
Yeah.
You know, I learned when I was a teenager, like no calendars, no marking dates. Don't like just like program, get busy, like and so like I learned how to do time, and because of all these experiences I had like leading up and all these different lives I had lived, right? I kind of knew how to just adapt and go with the flow. You know, it was like this like chameleon kind of vibe of like, okay, this is what we're doing. All right. And like blinders, right? Just like committing to the bit, if you will. And so I had no intention or hope that I was going to get out. I just essentially, as far as I'm concerned, every time I'm like, I've been incarcerated, like state prison, county jail, juvie, all the different times, I just like see it as, oh, I'm going to be here forever. I convinced myself in my mind, like, this is my life now, because it makes it a lot easier to get through that time. And so when I get called down to like the Zoom court, they tell me I'm getting out that day, and I end up being released, and I'm like genuinely shocked and surprised. Like I thought I was going to be doing another year. And I I end up getting out that evening, like sit downstairs for 12 hours, you know, when they're like
Processing.
you out. Exactly. And I think I had like a warrant, but it was a warrant for a court date from while I was incarcerated. So they didn't hold me on it. And I like got out and I went to like a like recovery home because they wanted to send me to the federal halfway house. But while I was in there, when you have all that time, I had like made a phone call on three-way with my dad to some like recovery home to give me a letter. So when the date came a year, in a year, I would have this letter of admission saying I could go here. Right. And it ended up being really good that I did that because my year came a lot sooner than I was, you know, expecting. Yeah. And so they let me go to this recovery home. And I didn't necessarily have intentions when I first got out of like staying sober, or I was going to long enough to like not be on paper. That was always like the plan. But I don't know. When I got out, I had only about 3-4 months sober because I'd been like getting loaded in there. And COVID made it hard to do that because we were like locked down 24/7 pretty much. And something like shifted when I got out. And I was like, well, maybe I'll like try and do something different with my life.
How old were you?
When I got out, I've been sober 6.5 years, like 27.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying, you know, a lot of people, sometimes you age out of crime, you know what I'm saying? You just age out of, and then, you know, sometimes your brain isn't really fully developed till you're like 24, 25, 26, right? So
totally,
you know, you're not really thinking clearly. You're still kind of like a kid. So I'm just wondering if there was because this doesn't sound like because honestly, you've had more rock bottoms than this.
Totally.
This isn't even a rock bottom in the comparison to the rest of your story. This isn't really even a rock bottom.
No,
so
I
it's
think
kind of like, what's that shift? What?
I don't think, and we've talked about this before. I don't like the idea of rock bottom.
At least everybody's different. I think everybody's different.
Yeah, I think obviously I'm speaking from the perspective of like almost all of my crime was fueled by addiction, right? So I do think that it's bottomless. Like if you think it can't get worse, it can get worse. Yeah. If you continue to like operate and live the way that you've been operating. Maybe for a normal person who's not like, you know, fueled by addiction, they have like a big thing happen and then they're like, all right, I need to like get on the straight and narrow. But like for me, because my addiction was so severe, it was like, I've already done it. Like nothing mattered. You know what I mean? I was like numb. I was so disassociated. I couldn't even connect to some of these like experiences I had, like all the trauma and all the chaos and like all that stuff. I was just like so far removed. And I think in hindsight, it was probably for the best, or I probably would be a lot more fucked up now than I was then. And, you know, I've done therapy since. We're doing well now. But when I was in it, I was just like, okay, like I didn't really get too deep behind like the curtains when I was like in the midst of all this stuff. So like, I think rock bottom is like very subjective. And for me, rock bottom is not so much like the external circumstances, but for me, it was like a few days after I got out of prison, I just had a moment where I was like, I actually don't want to die.
Right.
And I genuinely believed in the depths of my soul, and I think it was 100% true, that I was going to start drinking and using again. Like I knew for sure. I'd done it 100 times. I mean, 100 times. I'd been to jail. I'd been on probation. I'd had parole. I'd been through all this, and it was never enough to hold me. So like, what is going to be different? And it was like this, like kind of like deep sense of like sadness and hopelessness, I think, where I was like, I'm going to do this again. And there's no way that I can stop myself from doing it. And I think that experience of like complete desperation was
Like, share, comment, subscribe. Ah. Like, share, comment, subscribe. What y'all got going on? Talk to me. Talk to me. What y'all got going on? Like, share, comment, subscribe. Talk to me, man. Give me some topics to talk about. What y'all got going on? What y'all doing? Oh, what she got going on? Hold on, Peter go acting up again. The game be cheating. They hitting everything. I gotta jump. Pass. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Like, share, comment, subscribe. What y'all got going on? What y'all doing in Sport 20? Y'all ain't Chief? They out there hacking my boy. You just gotta make his free throws. You went out there though. He down there killing them in the paint. Wrong person. They they trying to get to the championship. Come on now. Kansas is mollywopping us. Dang. We can't get by a bucket right now. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Kansas tapping that right now. Ooh, boy. Ah, we can't buy a bucket right now, y'all. Can't buy a bucket. Oh, come on, man. You gotta make that. They got us by 15. We might not be ready for good old Kansas. They cheating now. Ain't no way he missing that. Good steal. D. Bro, they making everything in a paint, bro. I'm talking about literally everything. Pass. P gonna have to step it up. Too little. Too little. Ah. B. Kobe. Ah, you gotta make that layup. You gotta make that layup, P5. You gotta make that layup. They letting the little white boy kill him. Too little. Let's go. Good pass. He got dunked on. He got dunked on, y'all. Oh, come on, bro. D. D. What? What? Bro, they smacking us right now. 36-18. That's a dub, ain't it? 18? They got us about 18? And there ain't nothing I can do. You got 6 minutes, P. Way up. Let's go. Let's go. Imanhoff. Dang. Stay on your feet. Hands down, man down. He got 14 tonight. He got 4. He got 14 and he got 4. He ain't made a shot. He making real un-D1 right now. Let's step it up, P. Let's go, good D. Oh my. You gotta make them, buddy. Let's get the lead down. It's like 10. He eating down there. Kansas is spanking that right. Good D. Buddy can't make nothing. Dunk on him then. Dunk on him. That whole dunk was pointless. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Let me step up my game a little bit. Oh, I could. That's why he's a lottery. Pass. D. He locking me up. We can't do nothing with Kansas, bro. Kobe, good layup. D. Dang, bro. Eleven 14. Or some Zaxby's on that bitch. Come on, y'all. D. Hey, come on, help me out. Help me out. They not missing. Trying to get them up out of there. Get him up out of there. Right at his chest. Leave him in there. D. Lay up. D. Yeah, one. And he flexed on him. They spanking us. I had to quit the game. I had to quit the game. They were spanking us so bad. Gotta start over. On the dead homies. I'm looking for a golden retriever. On the dead homies. I'm looking for a golden retriever. I'm looking for a golden retriever. On the dead homies. Oh yeah, give me that. Ah. Now we on the road. That's a block. Oh, that was good. Block that. You 7-1. For what reason? Hell, 7-1 for nothing. I got the most tallest, weakest. Get dunked on, boy. Trash, bro. Look at that. He fall. Pass. Pass. You never came home. Why take me out? I'm the bucket getter. Let's go. Won the first quarter. Let's go. Man. Doing all them, shooting all them threes. Didn't try to do that. Let's go. Didn't have to touch him low key. I ain't gonna lie. Lay. Average 10 assists. Good D. They can't hold you, P. Ain't no way, boy. Can't hold him. Yeesh Louise. Ugh. Need a little napper tin real quicker then. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man.
think I just busted this case wide open. Amigos. Vamos. I have a bar. Hey, so what's going on? Well, here's the plot up until now. A perpetrator is stealing famous animals, and there's none more famous than Calypso. He claimed the hero uniform and the epic trilogies they sent him stealing. His orders are doing a benefit magic performance today, and I got a feeling I'm
Uh, Hmm. No, that's the wall. P5, what it do? She still doing that. Oh yeah, hour to go. Hour left on live. Might as well. Best way to turn up on a business LLC, just getting started. You got to start getting credit cards and smaller credit cards and secured credit cards and loans. You got to build that profile. You got to make sure it's established right too. Uno McHugh. Is that how you say it? Uno McHugh? It's time to get the bag. Like, you put that. Hey, go run that up. Go run that up. Go run all the. Go no. Go put it. Go put that on. Put both of them on. Put them on repeat. Back to back. I buy Bentley right now. I'm trying to make them hate more. She ain't a. Hey, I done made so much pay. These methods hitting banks. I'm on tour. If you buy 5 or more, we'll bring them to your door. You'll be amazed how much money can fit up in this floor. That's what I'm talking about. Now I Him go around, come with no broke. Ain't no plan. Cubans hanging, these Cubans hanging from my neck cost about a quarter tick. We gonna get them on a flight or boat, it don't matter, we gonna get them gone. I could show you how to change your life off a mobile phone. The way I kiss you plays, you would think I had a clone. I'm broke, doing, trying to get along. Every time you talk, I just hear the same old tone. You got the work, we gonna drop it with a drone. Hey, do these methods right. Do these methods right. It's gonna help you your money long. Yeah. I see y'all up. Y'all like to see that money. Got it good. Right there. Zaxby's at 4-5 in the morning. They gave me plenty chicken for $13. All right. Hey, this what a hungry man eat at 5 in the morning. They gave me plenty chicken. They gave me damn near the rest of the chicken in the store and fries. All right. That's why you supposed to order when the store about to close. They give you more food. A little hack I learned. I'm gonna eat this. Go downstairs. Mm-hmm. If you 25 and your daughter 11, that means you got pregnant at 13. 30 minutes. That'll get me the itis. Hey, me put it there. 10 minutes. One more minute. All I need is 1 minute. See y'all in a couple hours.